Very good. And then you'll mute yourself, Tanya?
Yes.
Very good. Let me bring my background text up. Very good. Welcome, everybody, joining up. We have, I can see 27 people online at the moment. I'm sure quite a few will still join up in the next minutes. First, before we forget, a word from our sponsors. It's like the big sports events in the US. This webinar was organized by GFAR, the Global Forum on Agriculture Research, and we're supported by the Shared Services team from the CGIAR Consortium Office, CGIAR being the Global Agriculture Research Partnership. And Tanya is our representative of the Consortium Office's Shared Services team. She's the lady behind the scene. Tanya Jordan is the lady who gives us the technical support, the logistic supports on our webinar tool. So welcome also again, Tanya, and thanks again for your help. Now, the purpose for this webinar is to give you as a participant an introduction, or let's say an introduction to an introduction into the different social media tools. So you can see if in your professional environment, you find any application, any way to apply some of these tools, or find ways to different ways of applying the tools that you might have known already. So it is, if there's anything that I would set as a personal goal in this webinar for you, is to give you some inspiration. Quite a bit of the inspiration that we try to give is not just with the theoretical and the technical background, but also with lots of examples. Because one of the things I've learned in the years I've been doing social media is you can learn quite a bit by reading some of the theoretical background on the web, but you can learn much more if you look over the hedge and look at what your neighbor is doing. Because lots of organizations, lots of professionals are experimenting with social media. So there is lots to learn as your neighbors are also learning. Now, in this webinar, we cover three main parts. First of all, we'll define what we see as social media, what is so different between how the web used to be before social media and nowadays. And then we'll give an overview of all of the social media tools. Because there are hundreds and thousands of social media tools, I've grouped them into buckets, the Peter buckets, which is a subjective way of categorizing all of the different social media tools. So we'll go over through all of these buckets one by one. We have about 12 or 13 buckets, families of social media tools. And for each of those, we will show examples. And at the end of a discussion on a bucket, on a social media bucket, we leave the floor open for questions. Now, the webinar series, then it will be already Thursday, will end with having shown the plethora of all of these social media tools, introduce a way on how all of these tools can be poured into a social media strategy. Many people who joined us are today are communications people. So we want to give an introduction as to how to use these tools strategically in the framework of an organization. Now, before we kick off, a word on the logistics. For this webinar, as you've seen in my email, we're all connected through a service called Blue Jeans, which allows all of the participants to share video and audio. However, as we are with a large group, and some of us are using a low bandwidth, we ask you to keep your video and your audio muted, which means you are not transmitting any video and audio, but you can see what Tanya and I are transmitting into the webinar. It also is a way to reduce the background noise and the office noise. Even though we are with a relatively large group, I would still like this webinar to be as interactive as possible. So on the right-hand side of your screen, you have a little conversation bubble, the chat channel. I would encourage you to leave comments and remarks and especially questions while the presentation is being given. At the end of each chapter, when we have the Q&A part, we'll look if in the chat channel any questions came in, and then we'll move on. This is the first of two sessions. The second session of this webinar on Thursday, same time, same place. We'll have a different link. I will email you the link to the webinar on Thursday by tomorrow. Now, we'll pass a lot of information over to you during these 2 hours. I will email at the end of the webinar a summary with all of the links for all of the examples that we have shown during the webinar. Again, these are not references, but these are ways to look over the hedge and see what the neighbors are doing. There is a wide variety of examples that I've also categorized within each of the buckets. So, without any further ado, if we can start with the presentation part, Tanya. Very good. Before we start with talking about the different social media tools, if we can have a look at what really defines social media. And for that, we have to kind of roll the time back again a number of years. I think it somewhere started 2004, 2005. And for some of us, especially the very young people, it's kind of difficult to imagine how the world used to be before social media. Before social media were basically, in terms of online media publishing, there were web pages, the traditional websites. But things changed dramatically the moment that social media came in. Because at that time, when we had web pages, it was more a broadcast platform. An organization used the web page to broadcast information, but there was very little interaction. And also the technical tools changed quite a bit over the past 10 years since the introduction of social media. So it kind of revolutionized the area of online publishing. So if we go through the characteristics, of course, when we talk about social media, we don't talk about paper-based systems, we talk about web-based systems. That's the very first basic qualifier. If we go to, yeah, you can mute my video, Tanya, if you want to. Let me see, just a moment. Yeah, you can mute my my video, Tanya, if you want. I'll be your in representation. Just a second. Meanwhile, we have quite a few people coming in. Yeah.
We have some other here. Can you please let me check this just a second. Okay. Sorry, I will remove the video.
Yeah. So for the people who just joined up, please mute your video and your audio so that we can save a little bit of bandwidth. We can continue here. Is the audio good, Tanya?
Yes. Yes.
All right. We have 32 people online now. Good. If we look at the social media qualifiers, as I said, one of the biggest differences is that the point of publishing, who has the authority to publish, who can publish something online, has shifted. Nowadays, and we were back on the slides, Tanya, on the next one. Basically, within social media, with social media tools, anybody can publish. Now, the accessibility to the tools, especially because a lot of them came in the public domain, so they don't have any subscription fees or very limited subscription fees, that brought the threshold of who can publish really down. But also the technical knowledge of publishing content, that threshold has really gone down. So now, yes, Tanya, now it has become so easy to publish content, but also any type of content. If you think about it, anything that exists digitally can be published, which is really powerful. If we roll the time back again, the clock back again, about 10 years before social media, if you think what technically, what technical skills you needed to have, what technical tools you needed to have to publish something which we see as obvious nowadays, something video or audio or even PowerPoint presentations, that 10 years ago needed quite a bit of technical skills. So you had the webmaster sitting as the god of publishing on your website, but also the god of knowledge, because you needed to have probably 2 PhDs and 15 masters to be able to, 10 years ago, to publish a piece of video. So that has made the accessibility in publishing any type of content much easier. Also, the publication itself, the act of publication, is very easy. If you want to publish a piece of text, be it on a blog, be it on Facebook, be it on Twitter, it's a click. Publishing a video is a drag. Publishing a publication is a drag of a file to another tool. Also different now is with social media is publication is immediate. Again, this is part of the process. Before, within an organization, you had to go through different channels of approval, and then the webmaster, when he or she had time, would publish. But now it's basically the click of a button, and your publication, be it a video, be it a picture, be it a Facebook post, is online. That's a big difference between where we came from over 10 years ago before social media. But of course, this is not just media. This is also social media. And what makes it social, Tanya, next one. What makes it social about it is that it enables dialogue. Again, before social media, the websites, the web publishing was a broadcast model. We published as an organization and the world listened. There was virtually no dialogue possible. Probably the only dialogue that you could do at that time was send an email to somewhere hidden in the about page, and then it would be able to send an email with some feedback, and most probably it would go to an email account that was hardly ever read, leave alone being replied. And there definitely was not, even then, if there would be a dialogue, it would be a one-to-one. You know, you send an email, you get an email back, you answer back again. But now the dialogue is more public, typically through the comment sections on blogs, for instance, or on Twitter via replies, Facebook in the sharing and the comments sections. And that is important also when we talk about social media. And that's also one of the difficulties that I have when I talk to traditional communicators about social media. They forget the social part of social media. And very often they tend to use social media platforms as yet another publication platform, but don't enter into dialogues. And that's a big plus of social media. It's also the big one of the big secrets of how to grow a network on social media fast, is to go into this dialogue. And then, of course, one of the last qualifiers of social media is there is an easy distribution. Again, before, where we had this broadcast model, the soapbox model of website publishing, you had one website and that's it. If you could go to the website only if you knew the URL. It was very difficult to distribute the URL of the website itself. maybe via email. But for the rest, there were no tools built into the online publishing, into the website publishing, where you could easily distribute links to new content and share new content. And this is really different with social media nowadays. And of course, we probably heard the term of going viral, a video going viral, a picture going viral. Because of the easy distribution, it doesn't take a long time before a piece of content can be shared and be proliferated, distributed all over the world. Now, if you look at all of these, you would say, this is really cool. This is power to the people. Anyone can publish any type of content. It's very easy and it's very fast. But of course, if you look at it from an organization or an institutional perspective, all of these advantages also have potential pitfalls and potential dangers and risks. If you have an organization where you used to have a clear process of how you published information online, now that process is more diluted because in the end, everybody in your organization can start his or her own blog, his or her own Flickr channel, his or her own YouTube channel. So there are a lot of risks when you start to engage into social media as an organization that you have to mitigate. And one of them, of course, where you limit the risk is writing a social media policy. What do you expect from your institution members, from the staff, from your organization, in terms of what they can do and cannot do on social media, to make sure that that blurred edge between the voice of an organization and the personal voice still remains firm and clear. So in these 7 points, we have more or less defined social media. So when we talk about the tools, any of the tools that we will discuss basically qualify on these 7 characteristics. Next slide, Tanya, if you please. Let me remind you, you can ask questions in the chat channel while I'm talking. When we have the Q&A slot, we will look at the chat channel and see if any questions came in. Right. Now, there are not a dozen social media tools. There are not 100. There are literally thousands of social media tools. And I've worked now, let's say, professionally in social media for about 5 years. Even in those 5 years, for somebody working full-time on social media, it became a challenge to keep up with all of the tools, all of the new features of the tools that you once knew, all of the new apps, applications. So when giving an introduction into social media, I like to give to categorize them into major families, into major buckets. And we'll go through about a dozen of these buckets. This qualification is purely subjective. This is the way that I, in my mind, categorize them. We will go over a number of these buckets today and give a number of examples. These are mostly the buckets which have to do with networking tools, some of the key social media tools that we have. In the next session on Thursday, we'll go through some of the bucket families of repositories. Where can we publish different types of content, pictures and videos and presentations and bookmarks? But we'll start with some of the most important of the buckets. Of course, when we start with the buckets and with social media, we start where also social media started. Next slide, please, Tanya. It's with blogs. Blogs are, I think it's the first time I heard about social media was actually through the word blog. I think it must have been around 2004 when I heard that term for the first time. I actually had to Google it to find out what it actually meant. This is where everything around social media started. And I think it was a reaction on the difficulties people had to publish things on the web. Going through the webmaster, having to have technical skills and technical tools to be able to publish something, made that that process of getting anything online very long and very tedious, and you had to go through different channels. So I think somewhere social media started as a reaction towards those technical and process constraints, and that's how blogs came around. Even up to today, it is the centerpiece of any social media strategy. I can already tell you on forehand, if as an organization you engage into social media and you don't have a blog, it's like running on one leg. Over the 10 years that blogs came into existence, it still today is a centerpiece of any strategy, social media strategy, and social media outreach for any organization. Nowadays, the blogs are used a lot to promote other content. So they have become the channel of dynamic content, but very often also are used to promote other content. Say that you have a YouTube channel, you have a SlideShare channel to upload your presentations, you have a Flickr account where you upload your pictures on social media. The blog has become the central aggregation tool where you can publish all of the other and promote all of the other content. It's where like all of the social media channels have come together. Again, this is one of the reasons why I call blogs the centerpiece of any social media strategy. But as the blogs entered, originally the blogs were a sequential list of content pieces. You know, blogs came originally, the term blog came originally from weblog. It was a diary. It started with the, as you enter the blog, it started with the most recent diary entry, the most recent blog entry. And then you went further and further in the future. So the blog post from yesterday, the day before yesterday, etc., etc. So it was a very sequential and a very simple tool, but also with a very simple functionality. You came in and you saw the sequential pieces. There was originally for the first years in blogs, there was virtually no navigation. There was no, there were no different categories. There were no tags. So the only navigation that you could have was going from the most recent content piece to the oldest content piece. And this, of course, made the contents, the boundaries between web pages and blogs becoming blurred. Last one, Tanya. As blogs have moved in functionality and people have added features to the tools that we use to publish blogs, blogs became more sophisticated up to the point now, and I'll show you some examples, up to the point now, when you look at an online medium, it's kind of difficult to make the distinguish, is this a blog now or is this a web page? Because web pages on one hand have become more interactive. The tools have become more dynamic in terms of publishing dynamic content. And on the blogs, on the other hand, they have added features which originally were only available on web publishing tools, website publishing tools. So if we go through some of the examples, Nadia, at this point, I'll bring up my shared screen. Just a moment. Okay. Let me bring up my browser, where I have a couple of examples of different blogs. Oops. Everybody still muted, Tanya? Very good. Just a second. My screen is up, Tanya, right? Yeah. All right, we're ready.
Yes.
This is the interesting part where thank you, Tanya. This is the interesting part where we're going through a number of examples where we're looking at what the neighbors are doing. So here is a typical example of a blog. This is the blog from CFAR, the Center for International Forestry Research. A typical example of a newsy blog where pieces are published, news updates are published in an interactive way with lots of content. I use this example because they have a very clear style of writing, and they also publish quite a bit. But it doesn't only have to be the voice of an organization. If you look at this blog, for instance, this is the blog which I would call his master's voice. This is a blog by Tony Simons, who is the Director General for ICRAF, the World Agroforestry Center. And they use this blog as Tony's blog. It's the voice of the head of an organization. It's almost like at the old times what we used to call the op-eds, the opinion pieces that people used to publish. Now, it doesn't only have to be the voice of an organization or the voice of a CEO or a director general. We often use blogs also, as in this example, as a social reporting tool during events, where you have a team of people that reports live, that live blogs from an event. Of course, in our world, very often the events are within meetings or the area of conferences or congresses. Like this one was an example from a congress in agroforestry. But it might also be, if you look at Al Jazeera has live blogs, The Guardian has live blogs when an actual event happens, where they give live updates and publish pieces of content live from a certain event. But there's other applications. If you look at this blog, this is an example from DAPA. This is a project blog where DAPA is a research project from CIAT, the Center for International Tropical Agriculture. And there they publish a lot of content on their project, the stuff that they're doing, updates on the project. It might be difficulties or challenges. It might be success stories. This is also, you might also do this not only for a project, but also for a topic. This is an example from IFPRI, where they have a blog specifically for the topic related to climate change and women. So it's gender and climate change, which is on their blog, they publish pieces of content which might go on the larger publishing platform, but they filter down blogs in different topics. It might not only be a project blog or a topic blog, but you might also have a blog on from a department. This is an example from WFP, the World Food Programme, where different departments have their own blog. Again, where they give progress on operations, where they give progress on projects that they are doing, on future developments. Or if you look at how blogs can be used, this is a blog not by an organization, but still used in a professional way. This is a blog from an individual scientist. This is the blog from Aditi, who's a scientist, a young scientist in IMI, International Water Management Institute, where she writes about the projects and the publications she is working on. Another example of the use of a blog would be from Africa Rise, where they use their blog as an aggregator for all of the press releases that they do, that they send out to news outlets. If we look at ILRI has taken this a step further. ILRI, and I think I saw Susan coming online a little while ago. In here, ILRI takes pieces of press clips that have been published around or about their organization and actually give their own commentary and context around this press click itself. Again, you will get the list with all of the links at the end of the webinar. Another example would be the blog from Future Earth. They have, this is a typical example of a research program, research project, which of course is very common in our environment in CGIAR, with news updates from their research. A typical other example, and a blog that looks completely different than the previous ones, is a Thrive blog from the Waterland and Ecosystems Research Program within CGIAR. That publishes content on their research program, on their outreach and their impact stories. If we take it one step further, this is yet again a completely different application for a blog. This is a blog from the Knowledge Center from CIMMYT, the Wheat and Maize Research Center in Mexico, where they publish summaries of different publications that they have received or that CIMMYT is involved in. Now, if you look at those different blogs, you have seen the different layout. If we just scan through them quickly, you will see the different layout and the different ways of publishing information beyond also the different types of content. I will send you a couple of links on some of the hints on how to write a good blog post, because nowadays we're not anymore where we were 10 years ago. 10 years ago, or even up to 5 years ago, when as an organization you had a blog, it would be, wow, you know, this particular project or this particular organization has a blog. Up to probably 5 years ago. Nowadays, this is not the case anymore. Probably every single organization, institute somewhere has a blog for one particular purpose or the other. If not, several blogs for different projects or several blogs in different languages. So we've come, I think, in the past 5 years to a point where there is this massive supply of information, this massive supply of possible blogs for people to look at, even in the small niche that we have within, let's say, agriculture research, the area that we're working in. There are hundreds and if not thousands of blogs on agriculture research. This was not the case 5 years ago. Now, with this massive supply of information and choices of blogs, we've come to a point where it is no longer the fact of having a blog as an organization, which is important, but the quality is becoming the main qualifier whether people actually come to your blog and read your stuff. So I've seen in the past years there is a major shift from having a blog and publishing whatever on there, a major shift towards quality in terms of layout, in the navigation of the blog, but certainly in terms of content. Because nowadays people have a choice in their area of research, their area of science. They have a choice of not dozens, of hundreds of blogs. So you really need to stand up and stand out beyond, let's say, your competition, your fellow organizations and institutes, with the quality of your content. I'll give you some hints on good blog writing in the document I will send at the end of the webinar. Let me close a couple of windows here. Now, with all of that, I mentioned this before. The boundary between traditional websites and blogs has become more and more blurry. First of all, because of the tools. The tools, the traditional blog tools that we had, WordPress, for instance, Blogger, Typepad, Tumblr in a way, but certainly WordPress is probably one of the main tools that people use to blog professionally. The technical features and possibilities and layouts and themes that they provide have become more and more diversified and more sophisticated. This is from the blog area. From the traditional website area, their tools have been geared more towards dynamic content and interactive content. So those two worlds, the blog world and the website world, which used to have a very clear boundary in terms of types of content and in terms of tools, have become closer and closer. So if you look at these examples here, if I show you this site and I show you this site, this is the GFAR online site, and this is a CGIAR site. If we look through it, I bet that you would not be able to say which one is technically a website and which one is technically a blog. Just looking at it, it's almost impossible. I would have to go and hack and look at the background, the code of a website to be able to figure out if this is made with more traditional website tool, or this is actually using a blog tool. To give you an example, between those two websites, this is actually written in Drupal. This is a traditional website tool. This is written in WordPress, which used to be a traditional blogging tool. Now, purely visually, but also functionally in user interface in navigation, it's almost impossible anymore to distinguish between the two. What I have seen, though, in the past years is that there is more and more a distinction in terms of type of content, where people still have their website, which very often is their official way of broadcasting information. Typically in our environment, this is where the publications go. This is where the science reports go. This is where the database accesses go. This is also where you find the background information about the projects and the organization, the about us and what work that we do. That has become more the home. The website has become more the home of the static information, the reference material. Blogs, on the other hand, although in many ways starting to merge with websites, blogs have become the home for dynamic content. This is where the flash updates go. It also has become the home for the conversations, where you can enter into a discussion through the comments. So while the tools have come closer, while the visual interface has become closer between blogs and websites, still there is a distinction between the type of content that we publish. Websites becoming more the home of static content, and the blogs becoming the home of the dynamic content. Although for many websites now, you wouldn't be able to see anymore what is the blog session. Sometimes it's put under the newsroom or the updates. So those boundaries have become blurred. If we talk about, and we'll on the second part of the webinar, we'll talk about social media strategies. It is still a crucial point in when you think about how you want to use social media and what you want to use social media for. It becomes a crucial discussion point to define what do you want on your website, what do you want on your blog, what information do you publish on either, or do you merge both of them? Do you merge both the content as well as the physical websites for both of them? This is more or less the end of the blog chapter. Let me just go back again to my tool and stop sharing. Let me see in the chat channel, and maybe Tanya, you can unmute yourself. Did we get any questions coming in?
Yes, there are a few from Ekram and Zuraida. So the first one from Ekram, it says, wouldn't we call live blogging simply live reporting, and then they are slightly edited if need be?
Yes, live blogging or live reporting, I would say, is the same. Typically, live reporting, we use it more in the context of news channels. But live reporting or live blogging is pretty much the same in terms of functionality. Yes. I can see also in live reporting that things become more and more interactive. Purely live blogging, while using a blog, used to be publishing a blog piece one by one. You would have a couple during the day, but this has become more and more interactive. If you look, for instance, when we had the attacks in Paris, and the live blogs from or the live reporting from Al Jazeera or from the Guardian, this has become very interactive, where even smaller pieces of updates would be published. Yeah. Go ahead, Tanya.
Yeah, there's another one from Zoraida. It says, Peter, can we create a blog where the content is a compilation of news or articles from other individuals or media channels, in addition to your own articles or news? Will there be copyright issues?
Well, first of all, of course, technically, you can use a blog however you feel like using a blog. So, of course, you can technically use a blog as a compilation of news items or articles around, let's say, the project that you work. Say that you work on maize development, where you would start a blog where you pick up interesting pieces that you have read or that your scientists have read, and you make an aggregation of all of them. So it becomes like background information for the topic maize and maize development. Yes, of course, you can do that. Now, technically. Now, in terms of copyright, and this is a tricky point in social media. Certainly because it becomes so easy to publish information, it also becomes so easy to cut and paste information that very often we don't respect or people don't respect the copyright. So in an answer to your question, Zoraida, yes, you can start a blog compiling news or articles around a specific topic. In addition to your own articles, and probably a mesh between the two would be good. But do keep an eye on copyright issues. Very often, when you work with content published by organizations or institutes or universities, for instance, the copyright would be restricted that you can share the content and you have to attribute where you got the content from. And very often they would put a delimiter on there saying no use for no commercial use. So this is in how to retrieve information. Now, there is a hint here I need to give to you guys because it's still an area that many organizations don't really consider, is when you publish information, if you are a publicly funded institute, research organization, or university, basically being publicly funded also means that a lot of your information is public property. And I still find that too few organizations and institutes pay proper attention to the copyrights and enable others to share the content. There is a tool called Creative Commons, which is a set of legal formula that makes it easier for you to publish content under certain legal terms. So you don't have to develop the legal terms yourself anymore. And very often the formula that people use is allowing others to share, but under the condition that there is attribution. There is an attribution to where they got the information from, to your organization, and for non-commercial purposes. Certainly, if your research and the work from your organization is publicly funded, you certainly don't want to have it commercially used without your approval. I'll give you a link also in the reference document that we'll send after the conference. But you're right to point out, Zoraida, that copyright might be an issue. So what you need to do is when you take over literally information, this might be text, it might be pictures, it might be video from other organizations, make sure that you comply with the copyright. And specifically with blogs, we often have this issue where, certainly when we work with a large group of bloggers, people always try to find pictures for their blogs. And very often we come to a point where people send us a blog for us to publish, and they add a picture to it. And then we try to find out where they got the picture. And they say, well, we found this on this website. But they forgot to look at the copyrights. So the copyright is not just in terms of content, in terms of text, but also in terms of pictures or even video or even slides. So be careful with this. And I would assume that in the next years to come, people will become much more stringent is when their content is being used without the proper legal conditions, for instance, without attribution. Or actually when it's used and there is no sharing possibility in the copyright formula. Yes, Tanya?
Yes, the last question here was also from Ekram. Do you envision that there will be a merger of the website world and the blog world of sorts?
Totally. Totally. I think this is really an evolution. Coming from 10 years ago to about 5 years ago, there was this very strong separation between the two worlds. So now, as I explained, the tools have become closer, where there's really an overlap in functionality, but also the type of content that people are publishing has become blurrier. But also very often when you look at a website, you have both the blog and the website itself merged. I think within a year and a couple of years, there will not be neither a technical, neither a content distinction. So I see a total merger of both tools. But what still remains important is that when you think as an organization strategically about your social media, is that you still need to find a home for both the dynamic content, which also includes the discussion platform and the fast updates, and the home of your legacy repository of your information. Typically, in our environment, as a research organization, where do you put your static content as your publications, your research databases, et cetera, and where do you put your dynamic news updates? Another thing I should mention is there used to be the mentality as anything going on the website has to be super official, has to be approved by, I don't know how high you need to go. And in the blog, well, a blog is just a blog. It's just, this thing that we use to play. Outsiders now give the same credibility to blogs and to websites. So also that distinction has disappeared. I saw another one coming in from Fiona. Tanya?
Yes, it says, other than more merging between blogs and websites, what other future trends do you think will be on the horizon for blogs that we should take into account in our social media strategic planning?
I would say that in the immediate future, let's say within 1 year or 2 years, I can clearly see that blogs become even more dynamic. Nowadays, when we publish blog posts, it is still something that we chew on, something that is written by somebody, edited by somebody else, published by somebody else. So not only does it take a while before we publish a piece of blog content, but it also has to go through a certain process, and it's still a piece of content that is clearly edited. It's almost like a mini publication. I see this gradually disappearing, where you have an introduction of much more dynamic content. And something that you can refer to is what Al Jazeera and what, for instance, The Guardian are doing when there is a major event, like we had the recent Paris attacks, is where they have more a stream of information rather than a blog with specific blog posts which have been edited, etc., etc. So the updates are much more interactive. very often much more informal, and is a mix of all kinds of media, even media which is lower in quality, but where the timeliness becomes much more important than the quality. If you look at it nowadays, what we see on live blogs, on live reporting from Al Jazeera and the Guardian. This is not the type of technically the type of content that they would have published 5 years ago. I see this also moving into our direction, where the blog becomes even more dynamic and even less formal in terms of information. Yes, Tanya?
Yeah, a few other questions coming in from Ana Luisa Garcia. It says, can in future blogs substitute scientific journals?
This is for Elsevier the $5 billion question, of course. I do see there is a trend for scientists to recognize that the outlet for scientific publications is not only scientific journals. This is good news in our area of public domain research, of course, because nowadays when you want to write a scientific article, you have to go to very highly expensive journal that very few people actually have access to. But this was both ways. This is because the publishers kept the price very high, of course, but also the scientists only saw the journals as the only official outlet. There are quite a bit of efforts at the moment to break this open. Public access information, both in publications and in terms of source data, but also in terms of the appreciation of scientists. More and more scientists are starting to engage into let's say social media, or more the popularistic online media rather than journals. So I do see a clear trend of hardcore scientific output being published on blog platforms rather than scientific journals. Yes, and I think this will continue up to the point probably where the credibility amongst scientists and science and institutions will shift from it is published in this particular journal to it has been published on this particular blog. By the way, there is also a trend now where the appreciation of a science publication is not only in citations, number of citations from other scientific journals and other scientific articles published in journals, but also in citations from public media. In how many blogs was this particular research cited? Yes, Tanya?
Okay, we have another question from Catherine Clifton. It says, can you give us, just a second, can you give us some innovative ways to dynamically engage people in our blogs and how to deal with problematic people?
I don't know if you mean the problematic people, whether you mean your boss, but probably you mean the people leaving nasty comments. So there's two parts to this question. In terms of innovative ways to dynamically engage people, this is really the art of blogging. And in the reference document I will send at the end of the webinar, I'll give some hints. It's about 10 tips on how to write good blog content. That is, you have to start from there. If you don't write interesting stuff and you write it in a dynamic way, people will not engage on your blog. So it is not necessarily the type of content when we think of innovative ways, whether it has a lot of video, etc., but much more of the content you write and how you present that content. Scientific research, as you know, can be written about in a very boring way. Typically, how we publish scientific reports and scientific publications in journals, but can also be presented in a very fun way and in a very subjective way. So that's where I see a lot of the innovation, and certainly in our scientific world, a lot of the trend in going and present scientific research. So I would say concentrate on the innovative ways of presenting your blogs in terms of content, how you write. And I remember, Catherine, that you participated in, I think, the blog competition last year for the CGIAR scientists. This was a typical example how people could present dull and potentially boring scientific research in an exciting way, and still be appreciated by the same scientific environment. Now, the second part of Catherine's question is how to deal with problematic people. I think what you mean by that is people leaving what we consider as nasty comments. Well, it's of course one of the plus and the minuses of social media. All of the advantages that we have in social media, there is somewhere a counterpart that we have to limit the potential risks. Yes, if we leave our blog open for comments, we might not necessarily agree with all of the comments coming in. Now, there are a couple of rules that I use. First of all, for all of the social media channels that I typically manage or I'm involved in, I moderate and monitor comments. Moderating means that there has to be an approval by the person managing, for instance, the blog, before a blog comment comes online. This is mostly to avoid spam comments, comments which are generated not even by humans but by computer robots, by automated programs. So to avoid spam. But then we have the trolls. These are people who find joy and hide between anonymity to leave nasty comments. But in there, I would make the distinction between comments you don't agree on in terms of content, being a scientist, publishing on a blog, and comments which are clearly insulting, are discriminating. So I would make the difference between the two. In approving comments, and generally, my view is we welcome deviating opinions, and it is a good source of discussion and a good way to start a discussion online on a blog post. So I would welcome deviating comments and also reply to it and engage in a discussion. But the moment that it deviates from, let's say, the ethic standards of how we converse between people, then I don't put them online. And again, there are people who take nothing else but pride and joy in trolling online content and just leaving nasty and discriminating content. That never goes online for me. And I am typically very rigid in this. Okay, Tanya, anything more?
Yeah, we have two more questions here from Amit and Kwesi. The first one is, how do we motivate scientists to blog more, and what should be the role of the communications team?
Oh, a question very close to my heart, Amit. To write a good blog post takes a person who can write well. The way that scientists typically write is very different from the style and the approach that we need in blogs. Scientists for decades have been taught, have been conditioned in writing in an objective, verified, peer-reviewed way, where sometimes they weigh every single word that they publish, typically in a science report, in a science journal. And it had to be objective. There was no space, typically, to provide your own opinion and also your own struggles in the process of the research. Very often, scientists, and this has been going on for many, many decades, from the moment that scientists started to publish, very often scientists would publish the end result of a research, the output of a research. In blogs, typically, we don't concentrate only on the output, but much more on the process itself. So it is the what have you done to come to the end result. So you might have a research project that runs over 5 or 10 years. You could potentially have a blog running for 5 or 10 years, describing all of the struggles that you have and the dead ends and the success stories and your field visits, all coming to the end result. So it's almost like a journal of your process rather than just the output result. Now, both in terms of style and what we write about, this means that scientists typically are not very good blog writers by default. So in my view, it is also wrong from an organization to try to convert scientists into bloggers. And I've seen quite a few efforts within organizations where they give training to scientists, where they give them rules and guidelines, etc., etc. But in the end, in my view, if the writing and the writing style of a blog is not in you, then it's very difficult to bring it in by training. So either you are a painter or you're not a painter. Either you're born a poet or you're not born as a poet. Either you're almost born with the elements in you to become a good blog writer or not. So I always hated when they try to convert good scientists and they make bad bloggers out of them. In there are some scientists who are good natural bloggers and natural writers. So where the communications team comes in there would be in two parts. First of all, those scientists who are interested to write blog posts, who are interested in learning, who are interested in bringing the content in a way that blog posts require. The role of the communications team is to guide those people. So these are people who are interested and where you see, okay, they have the skills. There I would invest in terms of training and guidance with them. But the second part, which is much more important and which is probably true for 80% of the cases of where the communications teams work together with scientists, what is important is that scientists understand the role of communications, of publications beyond the publication of a journal report and a journal article. We've come from a world where scientists are rewarded by the number of publications that they have, and where a publication is valued in terms of the number of citations it has. This is shifting now. So scientists need to understand that journals are not the only way of publishing information. Typically, online media with blogs and beyond blogs is becoming more and more important. So where we often see where a communications team is struggling now is for scientists to allocate enough time to actually talk to communications team, not trying to convert a scientist into the blogger, but to get the information. We've done a number of trainings where both scientists and communications teams, we gave them research papers and said, based on that research paper, write a blog post. It's almost impossible. And certainly as a communicator where you don't have the scientific background, it's very difficult to write a good, entertaining introductory piece into that research paper because they don't have necessarily the technical skills, because they don't find really the story behind the story. So what is really important now is that communications teams work with scientists to convince scientists on the importance of communications and the importance of allocating time to the communicators to talk about their research, so they can actually write a good blog post. Now, so these are the two parts. Those scientists who are interested in blogging and clearly have the skills in blogging, encourage them and mature their skills, guide them. The other ones, don't try to convert them into bloggers, but make sure that they understand the importance of online communications, also what online communications does for them, so they can allocate the time and their accessibility. Now, there's a couple of hints as to how a communications team can convince scientists. There, you need to start from what a scientist is sensitive for. What a scientist is sensitive for is, for instance, the amount of downloads. And there are a number of studies that we have in our field, even from within the CGIAR, a part where you can see the amount of downloads of a certain scientific publication going up when we write an introductory blog post around this. We have a last question before we switch to the next bucket. Nadia, I think, Quasi?
We actually have another one. So Quasi, we have a how do you how do you do quality control in blogs?
It depends what you define, of course, in terms of quality. This can go from the pure physical part. It is not because blog is more dynamic content that, for instance, there is room for grammatical errors, spelling errors, language errors. So typically, an environment that we work in, it goes through an editing process where somebody at least looks if what has been written, if it is technically sound. There is nothing as frustrating as a reader when you come to a blog post and you find spelling mistakes and structurally totally insane sentences. Remember what we said at the beginning. There's plenty of blogs that people can choose from nowadays where blogs stand out as in terms of quality. That is not only the quality in terms of the content, but also the technical quality. Um, 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 if at least the stuff is being spell checked. If as a reader I come onto your blog and I see spelling mistakes everywhere and grammar mistakes everywhere, then of course it gives me the impression is if those people, even for the most obvious errors, don't allocate time and effort, then in terms of content, how sound is that? So this is purely on the technical part. So typically a blog post would go through a technical editor who looks, we call this light editing, who looks at the syntax and grammar and spelling. That's the least thing that we can do. There is, of course, a check in terms of content. It is not because a communications person wrote about a topic, a scientific topic, that therefore what is presented can be wrong. And this is again the interaction between scientists and communicators. And I talked about the importance of scientists giving time to work with the communicators. Um, what typically would happen is that the communicator writes a blog post around a specific research, but then works together with the scientist to make sure that the core messages which we bring in the blog post is scientifically solid, and also brings out the actual core messages that we want. So there has to be, in terms of content, an interaction between the scientists and the writers. So that I would see as the main quality controls. And of course, you have a technical level. The level of your webmasters. It is not because your content is published on a blog platform that therefore the blog should be slow, or their navigation shouldn't work, or there should be dead links. But this is purely on the level of a web publisher. Yes, Nadia?
Okay, the last one for this section, I guess, is from Adaobi. Is if online publications cannot be said to be social without interaction, how long do you suggest a blog manager should take before responding to comments on posts where the blog manager isn't an authority?
Yeah, yeah. Very interesting question. Quite intriguing. So I've said social media, the social part is very important, as of course Adobe has mentioned. Now, very often we can encourage people to get blogs, and actually in some of the organizations that I work with, the amount of blog comments that come in for every post is a qualifier of success. And then you're there, you're the blog manager, you're the person in the communications department, and then the technical questions come, and you go like, oh my God, this is a scientist commenting or asking questions on a blog about a scientific research, but you are not the technical or scientific authority. Again, this is the interaction between the scientists and the communications department. When a question comes in, first of all, as a communications, let's say a blog manager or communications person, make sure that the question is clear. Then you go back to the scientist and you ask for an explanation or you ask for an answer. Again, there it shows how important that relationship between scientists and communicators is important, because you might get comments in, but if you're not able to give answers to the questions, people will not ask a question again on the blog comments, second or a third time if you don't see any answers coming in. And if they don't see answers coming in really fast. So nowadays, and certainly working in our environment, where we work in a scientific environment, in a research environment, um, one of the most crucial parts in the job of a communicator is to nurture their relationship with the scientist. Where the scientists trust that their information is in good hands with you, where they allocate time and efforts to you in writing the blog post, but also going through the comments. That is one of the main challenges that we have. And again, for that, you need to start from where the scientist is interested in. A scientist typically isn't paid on the amount of comments that he or she is answering. Is not very often in many organizations is not paid yet by the number of blog posts they have worked with the communications department on. So you need to start with what they are interested in how far the communications that we do helps their research being spread. And there are some good hints in there. I'll also add some in the reference document. Maybe the last one from Susan, Tanya, before we go to the next bucket.
Susan's is not really a question. It's some very good tips to manage the copyright question. So I suggest everyone just reads it offline.
Okay, in the chat channel.
In the chat, yes. She made some good suggestions on how to handle the copyright based on the previous question.
Very good. Thanks again, Susan. We go to the next bucket, Tanya. If you would please bring up the slides again.
Yep.
We have two more buckets to go. One is very closely related to blogs, microblogs. In microblogs, there is only one tool that predominates, and that's Twitter. So if you think microblogs, think Twitter. To give you a bit of a background, actually, Twitter was started originally from a person who used to work with Blogger, which is the Google blogging tool. Just a remark. I see some people are broadcasting video. Can you make sure that your video is muted so we can save a bit of bandwidth? Very good, thank you. So a person used to work for one of the big blogging platforms, Blogger, the Google blogging platform, left the company and said, I want to start a blogging platform which is limited in number of characters, so it is easier for people to publish, and the threshold of publishing something is much lower. So we started Twitter, which was from the beginning limited to 140 characters, and that's where the bucket name microblogs came from. It was just like blogs, but it was in a micro format, 140 characters. Gradually, that market has shifted, and microblogs, typically Twitter, has become wider, has become almost a multimedia platform. But still, the core part is it is fast publishing, short publishing, and quick publishing. Yes, Nadia. This makes Nadia. Why am I calling you Nadia the whole time? Yes, Tanya. It's going to continue. It's going to stick throughout this whole webinar. I'm going to call you Nadia. Whatever happens. Now, because of the fast, the short, and the quick, this typically makes Twitter the tool by preference to have real-time conversations. If you look at it, of all of the hundreds and thousands of social media tools which are available, Twitter is still the only tool that we can use for real-time conversations, where the piece that you publish is viewable and accessible by anybody, anywhere in the world. So that is really the main market niche of microblogs, of the Twitter market, is the real-time conversation, the real-time aspect. Of course, within organizations themselves, we don't only use it for real-time conversations, and I'll give some examples of this in just a moment, but we also use it to expand our networks, to reach out to our audiences. I just like for most of the social media tools, there is not one topic or one niche in anything in the world, even in our very small niche science world, where you cannot find people that have a blog about it, where you cannot find people on Twitter or on LinkedIn. Um, so, as an organization, it is Twitter is used a lot as a way to publish information, very often which is published on another platform, and in this way build a network of following of people who are interested in our topics. Yes, Nadia. But Twitter is not only something to publish. I guess I use Twitter just as much to publish as to retrieve information, because you have a large audience publishing on Twitter from a very wide background. It is also a large pool of information. So I use Twitter a lot for searches. When I'm looking for something, for some information, specifically if it is up-to-date information, something which is, an hour old or 2 hours old or 3 hours old, I would go less to Google and would go more to Twitter. Typical example, I use a lot of tools. When somewhere one of the platforms goes down, I go to Twitter and find and do a search to find out if anybody has problems with this tool. Or I would ask real-time questions to my audience. So it is a massive pool of information. I still remember the time when we had the Haiti earthquake now 5 years ago, which was around midnight in Rome. There were already a massive amount of updates on Twitter, including pictures, including pieces of video, including tidbits of information, textual information from people who were on the ground way before anything on the earthquake was published on, let's say, CNN or BBC. So that pool of information is not to be underestimated. And for me, Twitter gradually becomes one of the big competitors for the Google search in terms of finding up-to-date information. And of course, in Twitter, Tanya, the last part is it easy to share. And we come to that also in the next bucket, which is the social networking. It is very easy to share topics. It might be pieces of content, it might be videos, but also reshare information that other people have published. Now, before we go to social networking, let me take over the video again, Tanya, and I'll give some examples. Let me just clean up my screen here of how Twitter is being used in our world. Sharing. Just a second. Just a second. I need to activate my browser window. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Twitter. How is Twitter and microblogging used in our environment of nonprofits, and typically, of course, in the science and research? Of course, we can start with a typical Twitter page. Here is the Twitter page from GFAR. If you browse through the different updates that they have, what do you see? Well, first of all, they're very short. They typically use a link to other content. So it's not just a textual update, but also includes a link to other content. And this might be a blog post, might be a video, might be a presentation. And what you also see is that there are much more regular updates than you would typically find on a blog. Why? Because it's one of the reasons is it is much easier to publish information. So this is a typical Twitter page, how an organization is using it. We can go through this is a Twitter page from CGIAR, used typically in the same way, is they broadcast pieces of content published somewhere else with a short summary. This is as an organization. But again, just like with blogs, Twitter doesn't only have to be the voice of the organization, it could also be the voice of the boss. We saw some examples of a blog run by the head of ICRAF. This is an example of a Twitter account run by Peter Homren, who is the Director General for CGIAR. And this is his personal Twitter account, which, of course, in the description, he links to CGIAR, but this is his voice and his opinion. And we see this more and more coming into the Twitter world in our environment, is that we don't only have the voice of the organization, but we also have individual voices from, and this might not only be the boss, this might be from different scientists, or this might be from team leaders, is their opinion voices. And these become more and more successful, I should say, and more used in our environment. But not only this, we also use this, as I said, Twitter is typically a conversation tool, a social media conversation tool. It is, I repeat again, it is the only social media tool which is suitable for real-time exchange of information up to the level where you can have live conversations. There is no other social media tool, unless if you go into webinars. There is no other social media tool which is more and better suited. And this is an example of a Twitter account, which is the live Twitter account. This is the account that we use at GFAR when we have an event to give live updates from the event itself. So what we do over here is when we publish pieces of content, typically presentations of blog posts, live updates, we would publish the link to that particular piece. But much more is that, as you see in these, it is snippets of quotes, sound bites of something which has been said at the conference, at the Congress. And these are typically bits of updates, quotes of the speaker that you sitting in the room find interesting and want to broadcast. Of course, the challenge is, when somebody is speaking at the podium, how do you try to catch the continuous stream of information into small tidbits of 140 characters? But this is typically live reporting. In this account, and I'll give you the link in the document I will send you, you find plenty of examples of how we use live tweeting. Again, as an online real-time conversation tool. Other examples is if we look at how communicators are using it. This is a Twitter account from Susan McMillan, I think, who's also joined us today. Or how we can use Twitter is by grouping different Twitter users. This is the group, the Twitter account from CGIAR, but they have made a list of all of the official CGIAR Twitter accounts. And then by just looking at this list, you can see all of the tweet updates from all of the official Twitter broadcast channels from the different research centers and research programs. So you can group them. There are plenty of other ways to use Twitter, and even to broadcast tweets is almost an art by itself. I will include some hints and tips on how to use Twitter within our environment, again, in the resource document. Let me close two windows here. Tanya, and now we go, I'll stop my sharing and see if we have any questions which came in on the chat channel. So if anybody has any questions now on Twitter, please bring them in the chat channel.
No, I don't see any questions.
On Twitter? Very good. Maybe we can take the Twitter questions within the next bucket, because the next bucket is the next family of social media tools is very closely related to microblogging in terms of functionality. We go back again to, by the way, Susan also updated in the chat channel some more suggestions. So I suggest that you guys go through them. All right, we're back again with the presentation. Go ahead, Tanya. Very closely related with microblogging in terms of functionality is social networking. I'll immediately pull up the veil. What is social networking? What are the tools? The most well-known tools, of course, are Facebook, and in our professional environment, LinkedIn, as an example. So over the years, when Twitter started and Facebook started, these were tools which were very different. Twitter was limited to 140 characters, would not display any media, would not display the pictures, would not display the video. So it was mostly textual based and links. Facebook already from very early on in the start from Facebook, not at the very first weeks where Facebook was more like an online dating site for university students. But let's say after a year, the moment that Facebook spread beyond the university students, Facebook was never limited to the 140 characters and was never really limited in displaying multimedia, be it pictures, be it video. So originally there was this big difference in the tool and its use. But Twitter was the flash updates, and Facebook was the little bit longer content and more multimedia content. But Twitter remained focused on the real-time conversation, while the Facebook updates were not necessarily real-time, except in the chat channel, of course. Over time, the border between those two has changed. Both social networking, the social networking tools, as the microblogging tools, have become richer in terms of content and have made it easier for people to share content which has been published by other users. Now, with a larger number of social networking tools being provided to us, but also with more functionality, richer in content, it has become quite difficult for many people to distinguish what tools can be used or should be used more as a personal tool, as a professional tool, or as an organizational tool. For some of these social networking tools, it is pretty obvious. For others, it is not so obvious, and it's very often where people or organizations come a little bit into a conflict. I'll give you an example right away. On Facebook, for instance, while we use, and I'll show you some examples, while we use, many organizations and institutes have a Facebook page or a Facebook group. So when you want to comment as a viewer, when you want to comment on there, you comment not as an organization, but you comment on from your personal Facebook account. And very often we found there people start having a problem between the boundary between personal life and professional life. I bet you if you go through the comments from almost any organization's Facebook page, the comments are done from a personal Facebook account. So this means that if people see those comments, they almost immediately have access to, let's say, your personal Facebook account where you have pictures of your children and your trip, your holiday trip, and your parents' anniversary celebration, etc., etc. So this is where very often people come into trouble. And this is also where we start to see in the market, and certainly in the next years to come, where we see that some of the tools will start concentrating more on the personal level, and the others will move more and more and become more and more successful in conversations between professionals and between on professional topics. So let's go through a couple of examples of social networking tools. Tanya, I'll take over again. Just a second. I'm sharing my screen. Let me bring my screen back up again. Please do enter the comments and questions in the chat channel. After this part, we'll go through the combined questions of microblogging and social networking. All right. Social networking, of course, the most popular tool, Facebook. It's very difficult to find nowadays to find any organization who does not have a Facebook page. And this is a typical example of an organizational Facebook page. Its use is very close to how Twitter is being used. Here on the GFAR Facebook page, we publish introductory text with a link to another piece of content. Another piece of content which is published either on our blog or somebody's blog on our website. With that difference, of course, with microblogging, that with microblogging, the introductory text is limited in Twitter. It's limited to something like 140 characters, less because you also have to include the link. Here, the introductory text can be much longer. Also, second difference between microblogging is that it is by default much more media rich. And Facebook has done very well in their development and in their marketing, is showing the updates from their users, typically on this Facebook page as an example, where by default the thumbnails from the content, which is published in the links, is shown. So this makes it quite multimedia rich. But this is a page. Why is this a page? Because it is typically a publishing platform from an organization. The way that you can interact with this page is through the comments, but you cannot publish yourself. Pardon. So a second use of Facebook, and something which is not used a lot yet in our environment, is a Facebook group. Many people are not even aware that there is something that exists as a group. Group is different from a page. A page is owned by an organization. Typically, they restrict who can publish information on their timeline to only their staff or their communications people. In groups, this is a communications tool. This is when you have a group, create a group, everybody within the group, everybody as a member can update information on the timeline. So there it comes probably very close in terms of functionality with something like Google Groups, the email group. So it is more a conversation tool, typically of a team. This is the social media team Facebook group from YPart. And as you can see, the updates here come from all over any of the members. So if you nowadays you want to think of creating a communications channel, a forum, a discussion forum, Facebook groups would be one of the ways I would suggest you to go. Keeping in mind, though, that Facebook, somewhere one of the potential difficulties that we have is the boundary between personal and professional. Do I want everybody who sees my comment on a post also to have access to my personal Facebook post? Now, still, Facebook is used a lot as a publishing platform and a discussion platform in our environment, in the publishing environment. Why? Because simply it is the most commonly used social media tool there is. I haven't seen the latest statistics, but a majority of the world's population, which is online, is on Facebook. Nowadays, most of the kids use Facebook as a communications tool. If I want to reach my kids nowadays, I do not send them an email. I have to reach them through Facebook, through either a chat or send a message through Facebook. So this is why still many organizations stick to using Facebook, simply because it is very easy to reach a large audience. Now, typically less used in our environment, much to my surprise, is more the, let's say, the professional version of Facebook. Very similar in terms of functionality, but limited to the professional environment, LinkedIn. LinkedIn started off for a couple of years as a tool where you could publish your professional resume. We always used to joke when somebody updated their LinkedIn profile is when they were looking for a new job. So LinkedIn was mainly a resume publishing tool. In the past years, they have added new functions where you can see a timeline of a user, just like you see a timeline of a user in Facebook, but also where you have conversation tools. And you can have pages for organizations. So this is the a page for CFAR. This is their publishing platform. Again, only they can publish. But just like in Facebook, we also have conversational groups. This is a LinkedIn group, just like we have in Facebook groups. This is the LinkedIn group for GFAR, where anybody who's member of a group can publish pieces of information. And if you scroll through this, it's almost impossible to make a distinction in terms of functionality between the Facebook group and a LinkedIn group, except that anybody who publishes publishes from their professional profile. And that's typically the different use that we have now between Facebook and LinkedIn. More and more you will see that LinkedIn remains as the social media tool for professionals. But it's not only for that reason, but also generally, it is much easier to find people working in the same professional environment as you are. I challenge anyone to Tanya, somebody is broadcasting a video. Can we mute? Otherwise, it's going to go slower.
Second.
All right. If we, I challenge anyone to look up people, to search for people or organizations who work in your professional environment on Facebook, and do a search on LinkedIn. I bet you will not find many while searching on certain keywords. You will not find many on Facebook, and it will be a nightmare because the Facebook search doesn't work very well. But also, typically, information that people broadcast on Facebook and what they put in their resume in Facebook is not really in the professional area. On the contrary, on LinkedIn, it is very easy to find people working in your environment, individual people, or organizations, or discussion groups. We've gone so far in working with some of the organizations who work on a very, very tiny niche in research. I think it was genotyping, and still we found over 50 people who work on genotyping on LinkedIn. On Facebook, you will not be able to search that easily. So this is one of the reasons why LinkedIn is special. It is very easy as an individual or as an organization to find either people or organizations or groups that work in your professional environment, and also very easy to network. Still, both professionally as researchers neither as communicators working in a research environment, LinkedIn is really used to its potential. Despite the fact that it's so easy to network with people working in the same professional area as you, no matter what the niche is, still LinkedIn is underutilized. Proof of the matter is you look at 100 organizations, you will see that probably 99 has a Facebook page, but maybe 50 would have a LinkedIn page. And of those 50, maybe 10 is actually using their Facebook page to publish information. And maybe just a handful of organizations is actually using LinkedIn to go and engage in discussion fora. So for me, and I've been saying this for a couple of years now, LinkedIn is one, certainly for the professional communicators, is one of the gold mines of where we can still engage more and better and deeper into the professional environment and use this to spread other content that we have to build a network. And my prediction is in the next 5 years, you will see more of a distinction between the personal use of social media, the Facebook types, and the LinkedIn types. So for the communicators amongst you, watch it. It is still something which is grossly underutilized, LinkedIn. Now, in terms of social networking tools, it's not only LinkedIn and Facebook. We also have something very similar to Facebook, but used internally within an organization. So it's a social networking tool, a social communications tool, limited to members of an organization. Yammer. Of course, those of us working in CGIAR are probably very familiar with Yammer. It is used quite a bit in our environment. I could describe Yammer in a few words as being the Facebook limited to its use within the members of an organization. How does Yammer decide which organization you belong to? Simply by your email address. So when you register to Yammer, it looks at the domain of your email address and then automatically puts you into the Yammer domain, the Yammer subgroup, where you can only see posts and updates from your organization. Functionality, pretty much the same as Facebook. You can have individual updates, or you subscribe to different groups, as we have here. I'm a member of the knowledge managers. I'm a member of the web managers. There is a group working on Drupal. And of course, we have the communications and the social media coordinators group. Each of these are discussion groups with the same functionality as LinkedIn and Facebook. Used quite a bit within the CGIAR environment, but beyond CGIAR, I have not seen many organizations that use Yammer as an internal communications group. A bit of a pity. But beyond Yammer and Facebook and LinkedIn, we also have the Google tool. The Google tool, social networking tool, is called Google+. Somewhere similar functionality as Facebook. So you can have your personal updates. You can create a Google Plus page for an organization. Or you can have a discussion platform, like this is a discussion platform, social media for science communicators. I will not go very deep into Google Plus because this is for me a tool which is very difficult to network in, to expand your network. And over the years, it has proven that more and more people are abandoning Google Plus as a social networking tool. The only thing that people are using Google Plus for is for Hangouts. Hangouts is a cheap and easy way to do webinars or to do video teleconferencing. It is part of Google Plus, and it's linked with YouTube. Up to the point where they're broadcasting live concerts onto music concerts on Google Plus Hangout, but at the same time broadcast it onto YouTube. We've used it as in the past as an alternate to the BlueJeans tool. Contrary to BlueJeans, Google Hangout is free to use. but the quality and the functionality is slightly limited. So if you're looking for a cheap and easy tool to do webinars, Simon, I'm thinking of you to do webinars or to do video conferencing. Google Hangouts, part of Google Plus, is a way to go. But for the rest, Google Plus, my advice would be forget about it. Less and less people are using it, and there are persistent rumors that Google will abandon Google Plus as a tool. Watch and see. In our environment, few use it. But there are two tools which are very specific social media tools for researchers. One of them becoming increasingly popular, which is ResearchGate. ResearchGate is a Facebook like tool, but only for researchers. It makes it easy. First of all, it's free to subscribe. It's easy to publish your updates on your research and your publications. And it's easy to find other researchers who are working in your field or working in your organization. I subscribed to ResearchGate about 6 months ago, registered as CGIAR. And every week I get updates that another 15 or 20 researchers from CGIAR have joined. I can predict this will become a more and more used tool, commonly used tool for researchers to network amongst researchers. Not only to network, but also to keep updated of each other's research. Where the border will be between LinkedIn and ResearchGate, still to be seen in terms of functionality. One thing I can tell you though is that the resume part of LinkedIn is much more elaborate than on ResearchGate. So definitely I know that we have a lot of researchers in this webinar, something to look into as a social media tool. Another tool which is used quite a bit in our research environment is Mendeley. Mendeley is a way to manage research papers and to network also with other researchers. Is let's say close to a social bookmarking tool. Slightly less used in overall in the research environment, and I know in some of the CGIAR research centers it is used quite heavily. Again, as a researcher, if you give it a try. Now, we're coming close to the end of this part of the webinar. Let me first switch back again to Tanya. Tanya, let me switch off my sharing and see if how many fish did you catch, Tanya?
Yes, we have some questions here. The first one from Catherine Clifton. She says, when is the best time to post to get global readership? What is the best day?
Okay. Probably this question was geared towards Twitter and somewhere probably also Facebook. But let me take a step back in terms of blogs. First of all, from July and August are dead months. So if you have critical things to bring online, critical research, I would definitely not do it in July and August. And also the Christmas New Year period from somewhere mid-December to mid-January are dead times. We can see this in generally when we look at statistics of search traffic and general traffic on websites. No matter which website I manage, there is a massive dip, typically 15 July, 15 August, but pretty much all over July and August, and from 15 of December to 15 of January. So if you want to publish something which is critical, if you want to organize probably also an online event or create an online event, these are very challenging times, simply because there are fewer people who are online. Of course, you always have the dip of the weekends. So this might be something, I don't know if there's many managers who are listening in here, but it's very interesting to see that that the general traffic, both on social media or online media websites, drops over weekends, which means that a lot of people do also access social media from work. So, Catherine, for the golden rule in terms of blogs would be avoid July, August, avoid the New Year and Christmas period, and publish it during the weekdays. If we look at the social networking, there is a difference between, let's say, LinkedIn and Facebook and Twitter. Twitter is used as pure vaporware. It's rarely that people have a Twitter account and they would scroll back to past posts from people that they are following, going beyond, let's say, a day. It is quite frequent that people go onto Facebook and they scroll back a day or 2 days or 3 days or somewhere trying to pick up again the link where when they have last visited Facebook. Also, in generally, people visit Facebook much more frequent than Twitter. So this makes Twitter much more time bound than Facebook. So on Facebook, I would say it is less critical the time of day that you would publish. On Twitter, it is, and it would be daytime. There are studies that have shown that the most Twitter activity is during working hours. So there is not one single answer to your question, for instance, on Twitter. It depends where your target public is. If you're targeting with a post, with a tweet, the Asian public, of course, then you have to put the tweet online during working hours, Asia time. If it is West Coast Pacific, it's a completely different time frame. That's why many organizations actually publish the same tweet multiple times. There are typically three main time frames on Twitter. You have the East, let's say going from Japan all the way up to the Middle East. Those working hours. You have the time frame of Europe and Africa, and then you have a time frame for the Americas and starting into the Pacific. So there are many organizations who actually publish the same content 3 times in each of those slots. Now, Twitter does not allow you to publish the same tweet more than once, so they slightly change the teaser in the tweet so it doesn't look like the same tweet. It's also nicer for the public who are following your tweet that they don't see the same rebroadcast over and over again. So this is particularly important for tweets. If you target a certain public, if you don't have a particular geographic target, I would say take the middle, probably the Europe slash Africa time frame of working hours. Also, there avoid weekends. Twitter has a good tool, a good analytics tool, which is for free. You can get it if you log into your Twitter account and you go to analytics.twitter.com. It allows you to analyze your tweets when they are viewed the most by your followers. So that also helps you to define what time frames are best or where you have the chance of being most successful in being having people click on Twitter. But for the rest, for LinkedIn and Facebook, it's far less critical. Tanya?
Okay. Just quick question here along the same lines. Catherine says, is there a way to keep the only the most recent post up and eliminate the old ones so it doesn't clutter feeds?
In Twitter, there is no way to pin post. In Facebook, you can pin post. So the keep at the top. On Twitter, that functionality does not exist now. But on Facebook, you can. I'm not sure. I don't think you can pin post on LinkedIn, but definitely on Facebook you can, and that's also what we use. When there is the only tip I would give you is don't keep the pin post up too long. Keep it up for a couple of days, but then let the flow go again. Otherwise, people look at your Facebook page and they always see the same post still at the top, so they think there are no updates. So don't overuse the pin activity or the pin functionality. But on Twitter, I don't have this on Twitter. A way to pin posts. I think also in Facebook, people would be more tending to go to your Facebook homepage rather than people going to your Twitter homepage. So it wouldn't, in Twitter, it would probably not even serve the purpose. Go ahead, Tanya.
Okay, we have one from Simon. It says, if your organization has a LinkedIn account, does it need a Facebook page too? Or page group?
Yeah. Simon, these are very recurring questions that people have. We'll touch this in some depth in the second webinar session, the day after tomorrow, is the social media strategy. There are no golden rules as to which tools would you use. It all depends what is your target public, what do you want to do with your target public. So in that, your social media strategy is really important. I can give you an example where, for instance, it would be useless. Say that you have an organization and you have a very small niche audience because the people you're trying to reach are these handful, let's say 50 researchers or 50 people that work on a specific area. Those people will not hang out on Facebook. You will, if there's any chance that they hang out anywhere in social media, it would be probably ResearchGate or it would be LinkedIn. So there I would concentrate more on LinkedIn. Say that on the contrary, you are another organization and you have a much broader public, going almost in the area of advocacy. Let's take one extreme, organizations like UNICEF, for instance. Absolutely, they go into Facebook because the general public, every John Doe around the corner, is a potential audience for UNICEF, for the messages they try to bring. Going into our research area, there are some organizations who have an audience which is a more generalized public. And again, it would be easier to get a higher following in Facebook than on LinkedIn. But it would have to be case by case. Define where your people are hanging out. Simon, in GFAR, who works with educational institutes working on higher education in agriculture, it would be a mix of Facebook and LinkedIn. Probably you will find individuals like professors, lecturers on LinkedIn, but more the university themselves and probably the students, you would be more likely to find them on Facebook. So you would have to look at which public are we trying to reach. Off the top of my head, in your environment, working with a global collaborative environment of higher education, I would split the two. I would probably target my lecturers, my professors, my scientific researchers working at universities or working with higher education. I would target them on LinkedIn. And then the general universities as well as students, I would target on Facebook. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to invest twice the amount of time. There are tools now which allow you to duplicate content between LinkedIn and Facebook, so you only publish it once. This is one of the fine arts of people that manage social media accounts, is how far can they automate some of their updates, and how can they decide which ones need to be automated and which ones not. So not all of the content should be automated, but there are a lot of tools available now which allow you to duplicate content. So no, but we'll touch again on which social media tools to use and how to use them at the end of the second part of the seminar, Simon. Tanya?
Okay, Mana Luisa again, she says, I feel ResearchGate much more reliable than LinkedIn. Is this because it's a more specific website?
But of course, it depends what you mean by reliable. In terms of uptime, definitely, I don't see. I see both tools have the same uptime, but probably you mean in terms of information being published. ResearchGate has a very specific target audience, which are researchers, and the way it is being used is much more objective, much more, let's say, the traditional scientific conversations wise. And that's why the topics or the content which is being shared there is much more scientific research. LinkedIn is much more general. Also because LinkedIn has a slightly wider audience beyond researchers, also people who are interested in a particular research. Also, then the conversations are slightly different. So this is where I see a little bit of the difference. I hope I answer your question with this, Anna Louisa. But there I see a little bit of a difference. Also, ResearchGate is reasonably new in terms of tool. So the audience is still quite limited, but growing fast. Go ahead, Tanya.
Yeah, we have here from Mulder. She says, when do you use which conversation tool with groups of people?
Let me make it. Yeah. It depends, let me make on your target public and also what tools that they would be familiar with. If I would start, for instance, a conversation with a group of people that are young people, I would probably give the preference to do it on Facebook than to use an email tool, an email-based tool. So I would not use Google Groups, for instance. I would use Facebook as a tool. If it is amongst, let's say, more senior professionals as the target group, I would use LinkedIn as a tool. You do have to look at also the functionality of different tools and how far you can protect the conversation. So one of the questions you need to ask yourself also is this discussion open for the general public? Can they watch? Can they join? Or is this for a predetermined small group of people? So is this like an internal discussion group? If it is internal, probably purely internal, probably would even go to something which is Yammer. If it is something which starts internal but might be broadened to the outside public, I would either younger public Facebook, a more the seasoned public LinkedIn. Simply because that's where the people, those types of groups of people hang out. I think Catherine also had the follow-up question on this one. For instance, on ResearchGate, some researchers here have used the readership stats in their performance appraisal. Yeah. True. Catherine, this is important to repeat again something I said at the beginning of this session of the webinar. Gone are the times, or soon gone are the times, where researchers, scientists are only vetted by the amount of citations that they have on scientific journals. You will see more and more metrics coming in of people being vetted by other metrics. And this might be citations on blogs, or might be citations on downloads of their publication through social media. Indeed, ResearchGate makes it easy to keep statistics of downloads of your research. So this is one of the tools that we will see gradually going into the appraisal part for scientists. Go ahead, Tanya.
From Ekram, she says, will you be talking more about automating content between social media tools as well in the second webinar?
I did not foresee this, but what I can do is I can add a link in the reference document I will send after the second webinar on automating content. And some of the tools that makes it easy to automate content. Yeah, I will add this in the reference document. Go ahead. Tanya?
I don't see any other questions. I see Susan once again added a good tip from Ilri about LinkedIn, that they use LinkedIn institutional account and a LinkedIn company page where our blog posts get mechanically posted when no discussion happens. And then they have a LinkedIn group, which people can ask to join and then make comments on. It says you
Yeah.
can get LinkedIn to email you the names and contacts of all of your LinkedIn contacts in Excel by going to your account and settings. So it's a suggestion on how to implement at the institutional level.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good. I also saw Catherine making the rightful remark. She says weekends here are Friday, Saturday. Catherine working, if I remember well, at Ticarda, in the Middle East. Of course, again, Catherine, and a reminder for everybody: you define your target public. It is when you want to engage on social media, and we'll discuss this in the second part of the conference. Don't just engage in any tool just like that, because that's a pitfall. One of the very first things that you need to define is who do you want to reach. And only then we can define the tools you can use to reach that target public. But this is also in how you market content and how you try to reach that target audience. If indeed you work in an organization like Icarda, where a large part of the audience are either Muslim countries or have research in Muslim countries, then of course your weekend will not be the Saturday and Sunday. So the dead time you have on, and let's say more or less worldwide, and I generalize Saturday, Sunday, you will have Friday, Saturday. The same probably, you will have probably far less downtime in July and August in the Middle East. Probably less New Year and Christmas, but of course, you will have a much more downtime during Ramadan, and you will have much more downtime online. I mean, during the Eid periods. So again, define your target public. If indeed you work with a target public, which is mostly the Muslim population of the world, then take that into account. Totally, your comment was totally right. Let's see. Okay, Simon had a follow-up question: is why does GFAR have both LinkedIn and Facebook? Well, actually, it's a little bit more complicated for GFAR, Simon. We have a Facebook page, we have a LinkedIn page, and we have a LinkedIn group. The LinkedIn group we keep because that's a way where anybody can publish information. So that's open for anybody to publish. There is slightly a difference between our use of LinkedIn, our LinkedIn page, and our Facebook page. Facebook, we publish, or we try to publish as much information as possible from the network and partner organizations from GFAR, as well as related content. On LinkedIn, we limit slightly more towards stuff that we publish on our blog and our website. But that is more an artificial division that we have defined ourselves. Tanya?
Okay. We have one last question here from Kwesi. Can social media be useful in terms of resource mobilization? If yes, how?
Oh, yes, by far. I give you the example. I used to work with a number of people here on the teleconference for the UN for World Food Program. They started, I think, around 2008, 2009, started to aggressively engage in social media. If you look now at the social media following from WFP, they have a massive following on Facebook. They have a massive following on Instagram and Twitter. And they use social media as crowdsourced fundraising. I remember when we had a tsunami in Japan, I think it was 2 years ago, they raised $1 million in 24 hours, purely on social media. In our environment, it's slightly more difficult because in the research and scientific environment, our donors are not the general public. It is not the general John Doe around the corner who will be interested in the type of research that, for instance, IITA or Africa Rise does. It's not the general donor, the $10 donors, where, for instance, for UNICEF or WFP, for instance, of Save the Children, it is the general John Doe around the corner or Jane Doe around the corner who is a donor. So we do it less for real donations. What we do, though, is indirect resource mobilization, is that where we use the social media channels to showcase our research, the process of the research, the progress of the research, in a much more flexible and dynamic way than what we used to do. I'll give you an example. Gates Foundation, and many of the projects that the Gates Foundation is funding, they demand in the terms of contract that the project that they're funding also has a blog, because they want them and the world to be kept up to date of the process of the research itself. And for them, what is important is the process of the research, even much more than the final outcome, or at least just as important. So where I would use social media in terms of resource mobilization, it would not be in fundraising itself, but in advocacy and awareness, definitely. Tanya? And we have another tip.
Another tip from...
Yeah, I will. Do we have access to the chat things? Because it would be good to probably that I cut and paste the tips from Susan in the final document. Tanya, we still have access to this after we close, right?
Yeah, I'll hand them over to you.
Okay, cool, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost smack on time. I think 13 minutes over time. I thank you again for joining in and a massive interest. I hope the first part was interesting. You have between now and Thursday, 1300 hours CET to submit more questions. We start, if enough questions come in, we'll start the first session. We start a session on Thursday answering those questions. Otherwise, I hope to see you on Thursday, same time, same place, but I'll send you another link. So it is no longer this link you will use for the webinar. It is a different link. So I'll send you the updated link on by tomorrow morning. Thanks very much. Thanks for all of the discipline in keeping the video and the voice channels muted. And I'm really looking forward to more questions from you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tanya, for your support. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.
Tanya, I'm going into the sharing of my screen, because for some of this I need to show my screen. There we go. There was a question on the tool that we use for the webinar, to give this webinar, Blue Jeans. I will send you a link in the wrap-up of this webinar after this session. I will send you a link to a blog post that we wrote on the criteria that we used to select the webinar tool and all of the different tools that we had considered. So this one is a tool that we selected for a specific criteria. But it's not the only webinar tool available on the market. There was a question that came in from Simon on social media icons. Again, after this webinar, I will send you a link to this page. There are no standards really for social media icons. Very often they use the same symbol, very often the same colors for the same tool. Like Twitter would always be light blue and it would have the little Twitter bird in it. But there is no real standard. But I'll send you a link to downloadable icons if you want to put social media icons on your website, for instance. But remember, there is no real standard. What is important, though, is that when a user comes to your website and sees these icons, that he or she understands what this icon stands for. Then, really interesting discussion that we had via email with Simon on the integration of blogs and websites. An example, what we did with GFAR. For GFAR, up to a couple of months ago, we had this website. This is how it looked like. And we also had separately, and the website was running on a content management system, on a website management system called Drupal. We also had the blog. As you can see here, the status it was in back in July. The blog looked completely different, had a completely different navigation, actually had a different name, was called the GCART blog.
Peter, you're not sharing your screen? Are you sharing your screen?
I am sharing my screen. It popped up. Is this better now? Yeah, all right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this is how the GFAR website looked like before our revamp and running on Drupal. And this is the GCART blog, what would become the GFAR blog, running on WordPress, a typical blogging platform. This is how historically we had both platforms, and there was no real clear link between the two. When we revamped the website, we wanted to merge both the blog as the repository for our dynamic information, also our online discussion platform, as well as the website, which would become more the repository of the static information. So when we merged both, we remained with both platforms. The website would remain on Drupal, and the blog remained on WordPress. Why we did this was for a simple reason that when you have a website running on a particular system, it is easier to upgrade it within the same system, in this case in Drupal, rather than migrating it to another platform. And this was the same with the blog. The blog we kept on WordPress. So coming from these two completely different looking systems, we merged it into one. But the merge was a visual and a functional merge rather than a physical merge. This is the new GFAR website, still running on Drupal, with a revamped interface, navigation, and visual interface. And we revamped the blog going from this interface to looking more or less with the same look and feel as the website. So in terms of functionality, it more or less had the same as before the revamp. The website as more static information repository, the blog as the discussion platform. But we integrated with the same type of navigation for the blog and the website. So this is one way, if you look at revamping your website and integrating a blog functionality, how you can do it. So you can do it within your content management system of your website, or you can add the functionality of a blog through a blogging system. In our case, we used WordPress, actually one flavor of WordPress, the flavor of WordPress that is hosted by the company running WordPress. So we don't have to run the physical machine on which this system is running, the blogging system is running. Although in terms of URL, in terms of visual interface, the user cannot tell a difference. So this is a one hint on how you could potentially merge the functionality of a website and a blog, even if you use two completely different systems. As long as the visual interface is the same, as long as the navigation has some uniformity, the user doesn't really care on which physical machine or physical system it is they are running. Then we had another remark on somebody asked on how to get further involved with some of the projects that we do. We're actually starting GCAR 3, or we have started the GCAR 3 project, which has the global conference on agricultural research for development, for which we have a large online campaign and event project. After the conference, I'll send you some links. if you are a communicator, where you can join our group to participate in this project, or if you are interested in, if you are a social media enthusiast, where you can join this project. But this would be interesting because for those interested in social media and how to use it strategically for a specific event or in the run up to a specific event, how to get involved and to live through the project from the beginning till the end. That might be interesting. Catherine asked if for, let's say, more traditional media, there is training on the potential pitfalls and guidelines, how to deal with media, how to avoid being quoted wrong, how to avoid to be quoted out of context or to say things that could be interpreted as being out of context, the possible risks and how to mitigate these risks with traditional media. So she asked, is this the same with social media? Is this part of the webinar? It's not part of the webinar, but I can say that when social media started, let's say 10 years ago, and for a number of years to follow, the social media outlets for an organization or institute or even a company were always seen, okay, well, this is the informal channel. But gradually, let's say starting a couple of years ago, 5, 6 years ago, the risks that we faced were more or less the same for traditional media outreach as well as social media outreach. So nowadays, organizations, institutes, companies are becoming just as careful in what they publish on social media as what they publish on traditional media. The risks have become the same. However, there is no specific training I'm aware of in terms of mitigating the risk of how to deal with social media. The only thing that we mentioned before in the first session of this webinar is something called a social media policy, is making sure that your employees, your staff, have some guidelines as to what they can do and cannot do on their social media outlets, even if it is their personal social media outlets, to protect the organization or the institute they work for. For instance, can they use the organization or the company's logo on their own blog? Should they put a disclaimer when they write about their work saying this is not an official outlet? But for the rest, it's not part of this webinar, and we're not aware neither if there is specific training available for how to deal with social media in terms of risks. So this is the questions that we have collected so far. Tanya, if we can go into sharing the slide and bring the slide up. We start with pictures. Very good. We'll go through a number of very similar and related social media outlets who are all repository related. This is typically within our context, the organizations we work for, or the kind of organizations we work for, science and research. This is where people store types of information. The first one, of course, is pictures, photo repositories. There are a number of commonly used tools. The most common used tool for photo repositories is Flickr, owned by Google. Owned by Yahoo. Google also tried with their own repository called Picasa. Hasn't been very successful as a tool to store pictures other than pictures you use in Google tools. There are also other families of tools more specialized, for instance, high quality pictures, and amateur photographers often hang out in a tool called 500px or in PhotoBucket. But the main tool in our context is Flickr. There is one tool where people use pictures as an outreach, which is different from Flickr or Picasa or PhotoBucket, which is Instagram. used a lot by the younger generation. Instagram is not really a tool that you use to store pictures, but it's more a tool where you build a story around a picture, where the picture is a central point, but you build a little story around it. I'll give you some examples. Tanya, I'm going to take over the screen again, and I'll show some examples with some tips on how to use. This is a typical photo gallery in our context. This is the Flickr gallery from CCAFS, the CGIAR Climate and Food Security Research Program. So they have hundreds of pictures online related to projects that they do, meetings that they have. I think I have another example. This is one from CFOR, the Center for International Forestry Research, all pretty similar. Of course, in terms of how to use it, the main driver is something that we mentioned already in the first session of this webinar. It is not really the quantity that counts, it is the quality. We've come in the past years from the world where we had a wow effect when an organization had a blog or was active on Twitter or had a Flickr account, 5 or a little bit more years ago. Nowadays, it's common. It's really to find nowadays an organization which is not active on a blog, doesn't have a Flickr account, etc., etc. So people now have a massive amount of resources, even in the area of pictures, to choose from. So my first tip for you would be to be critical when you upload pictures. Be selective. The quality is the quality that counts, not the quantity. So if you have a project and you have 10 similar pictures, then it has to be a good reason why you post the 10 pictures rather than only a selection of one of them. But that's pretty obvious, that quality is more important than quantity. But there is something else, specifically with pictures, and I'll use pictures as an example, but it's also true for most of the other repository tools. Is very often people really stop at the beginning and uploading the picture. And that's it. That's how they use the Flickr account. I'm already happy very often if they give a proper title to the picture and it's not dsc0751.jpg. And that's more or less where they stay. This is not good enough. What we need to understand is that when we upload pictures, when we upload videos, when we upload slides or audio podcasts, very often people land on our pictures or our podcasts or our videos, but we need to give them more information on the background, what this is all about. We give a little bit of an explanation of what this picture or video or podcast is all about, but also a hint where they can find more information, for instance, on the project that relates to this picture. And as an example, CCAFS is doing this very well. If you look at this picture, first of all, it has a proper tool, which says from which country, which village this is from, but they also have taken the time to give a proper description. What this picture shows, who is this person that we show. But even more so, as you can see at the bottom of my screen, they have also put in links where you can read more information about this particular project this picture relates to. And that's something that very often bugs me when I review social media outlets for different organizations, is that they do a lot of effort of bringing people to their social media outlets, but then once people actually get there, there is no hint as to where to go further. And this is particularly true for pictures and videos, all the repository tools that we mentioned. So first hint is quality before quantity. Second hint is do the effort of putting a proper title and a proper description for each of those items that you post. And put in the links where people can find more information on this particular project that you tackle in this picture or the video. Um, Another example of things that are typically forgotten is copyrights. I mentioned this in the first session. Many of us are funded by public money, public funding. This means that in principle, a lot of the material that we generate is really of public interest and belongs to the public. But yet, so many of us still put a full copyright on our material, even our pictures. A full copyright where people have to go through the effort of asking permission to use a picture. I don't think this is right. I don't think neither that really disencourage the use of our pictures by third parties. That's why, as you can see over here, as a good example for CCAFs, they put in a copyright where they allow people to reuse their picture as long as it is attributed to them and as long as it is not for commercial purposes. And even more so, they actually put the copyright in the comment also. So when you want to use this picture, this is how it should be accredited. And to me, a lot of the stuff that we publish on social media should be using that type of copyright. We call it a Creative Commons copyright, where you allow people to reuse the information as long as attribution is clearly given and as long as it is for non-commercial purposes. So this is the additional, and this is true for pictures and video, but also I would say for the information that we have on our websites and the information that we have on our blogs. It's too often that either I don't find the copyright notice or the copyright is too stringent, where it says all rights reserved, which means that if you want to use, for instance, this picture, you have to go to the trouble in trying to find out the email address of this organization and emailing them and hoping you get a response. CIAT, our center in Colombia, is doing this very well, where they have a good amount of very high quality pictures, and they've seen how those pictures proliferate through other online media, where reporters are using their pictures in their articles, which might not be necessarily related to CIAT, but each time they get a free notice of a credit, which is good publicity. And I would encourage you to use your good material as pictures, as video, to try to propagate it also through the other online media tools, which are not necessarily yours. If we go through I mentioned Instagram. Instagram is not really a repository tool. This is the Instagram account from IFAT. Let's have a look at one of their pictures. You see, they use a picture as a central point to write almost a mini blog post around it. So the central point is still a picture, a very high quality picture, and they write a little story around it. I think I have another example of, for instance, UNICEF is doing this very well. Once or twice per day, they publish a very good quality picture, and they describe a little bit what this picture is about, eventually with a link to their projects related to this picture. Here, this is a picture tool, not as a repository, but more as a social networking tool. And they become almost like a mini blog. When we talk on pictures, though, there is also another side to the story. Not only where do we store it, but very often when we are working on our website, when we publish blogs, very often people struggle to find pictures to put up on this blog story. And the more training that I give on the art of writing blog posts, the more that I see that this is a typical stumbling block. And to me, there is no good blog post unless if there is a good picture to go with it. So very often I get the question, where do I find pictures that I can use from other sources? Well, here are 2 tips I can give you. First of all, you go to Flickr. You don't need a Flickr account to do a search. You do a search, for instance, here I've done a search on climate smart agriculture, and Flickr lists me the pictures that have climate smart agriculture either in the description or in the title. By the way, this is why it is so important to put a good description or a good title to your pictures. Otherwise, Flickr would never find it. But This lists all of the pictures that Flickr can find with that particular topic in it. These are not necessarily all of the pictures that can be reused. Now, Flickr can refine the search based on the license, based on the copyright. So if I would want to find all of the pictures related to climate smart agriculture that are tagged with the copyright as reuse, I would say all Creative Commons pictures. Then Flickr will show me a search of all pictures that have been tagged for reuse. If it is used, if it is tagged as reuse, then I can use them on my website. I can use them on my blog as long as I give attribution to the owner or the publisher of this picture. This is how you can do it in Flickr. You can also use the Google search to search for pictures, which you can use on your websites and your blogs. I did in Google search. I did a search on climate smart agriculture. I clicked on images. And also here, Flickr allows me to refine my search to only show the images which have been tagged for reuse. So when I click in this menu labeled for reuse, then Flickr will only show me the pictures that have a copyright allowing me to reuse this picture. And this is how we can discover pictures that you can use on your blog and on your website. Let me see, Tanya, first, if there is any questions coming in. I'll stop sharing my screen for a moment.
We have one from Ana Luisa Garcia. She says, when we take a picture to a farmer, are we allowed to publish it in our blog? Do we need any copyright?
So this is when we actually take the picture and we are, let's say, the copyright owner of this picture. I think the question is, do we need the formal approval of the farmer? There is a bit of discussion going on in our world. Is if we take pictures of kids and use them on the blog, we go in the field and we interview farmers and we take pictures and we use them. It depends organization per organization. There are organizations that ask a formal approval when we take pictures of somebody that we can use a picture in our work. But that becomes very tedious. In general, and I think ethical, it's fine. When we take pictures and we know that we're going to use them at a certain point, or we might use them in any of our social media outlets, that we inform the person that we photograph what we're going to use them for. I think it's very tedious and very often it's counterproductive if every single person that we photograph, we ask them to sign a form. We had a discussion a couple of years ago when I did a project for CCAFs where they asked a formal written consent. That's almost not possible. You know, again, we often work in rural areas. It's already good enough if farmers want to allocate some time to us, to talk to us and to demonstrate what they do and to work with us on our project. But the moment that we ask them to put a signature on paper, that's very often where the reluctance comes in. And generally now it's accepted that as long as you have verbally informed the person what you're doing and how you would want to use it for your purposes, this means non-commercial purposes, then it's fine. This is when you own the copyright. There's another related question to that. Is very often the discussion comes up if you hire a photographer, let's say a well-known photographer, to go on mission in the field to take pictures. How do you work out the copyright? Is the copyright you as an organization? Because in the end, you paid for the time and the travel and the work for this photographer. Although some photographers insist that also their name is in the copyright. So again, there, it depends who you work with. In principle, of course, as an organization, if you pay for somebody to do work for you, then you have the ownership of that material. Um, Sometimes, of course, you have a bit of an ambiguity if you use, let's say, famous photographers, famous videographers, if you use a famous writer to write a blog post on your blog, but then you have to agree. But make sure it is clear um, 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 who has the right to those pictures, and when accreditation is to be given, if that material is used by third party, what should they mention? Should they also mention the name of the writer or the name of the photographer? I hope that was clear. Tanya, then we continue to the next section. Back again to the presentation. As we have pictures as a repository, as a social media tool, we have this for video also. Here. So video repositories. The moment that we talk about video, of course, the mother of all video repositories is YouTube. I think there is hardly any person in the world anymore who doesn't know the videos on YouTube. However, YouTube is very good because it's owned by Google. Is very good in distributing your videos. Is very fast. Is linked to the Google search. So when you do a search on a certain topic and you ask for all the videos, you have a very high chance that people will find the tool via the Google search. But the quality itself is not necessarily very good. When you upload videos on YouTube, even in high quality, professionally edited videos, the way that YouTube compresses the video, very often the outcome, what people view, is lower quality. That's why very often also people use a higher quality tool called Vimeo. I'll give you some examples. Why do people use it? Very often they use it as a vlogging tool, as a video blogging tool, where they interview somebody or they bring a certain story, but in a video format. And by the way, this is one of the trends I can see in social media, is that the multimedia tools, beyond the writing and the pictures, being video and interactive video, will become more and more important. If you look at, for instance, Al Jazeera or The Guardian or CNN, you will see that over the past years, video outreach has become more and more important. So use it as vlogging, but also in a lot of the video tools. We continue, Tanya. In a lot of the video tools, also new functionality has been added. Where, for instance, in YouTube, the only functionality that YouTube provided 5-6 years ago was only to be able to upload and to display the video. Now these tools have become more and more sophisticated, where you can arrange all of the different videos into playlists, where you can even do online editing, like YouTube allows you to do. Some basic quality editing. You can add transcripts. You can do some trimming. Tanya, the next one. And tools like YouTube also become integrated with webcasting, where you record live something which is going on, and at the same time broadcast it on the video publishing tools, such as YouTube. I don't know if any of you saw in the past year some of the live concerts being broadcasted on YouTube. Is a typical example. So videos slightly beyond purely a repository. If you look at Tanya, I'm going to take over the screen again and show some examples. This is an example. This is the video channel from CGIAR, actually a very nicely managed video channel where videos are assembled in playlists. And also what I particularly like, what they do is just as for sorry, just as for pictures, they have also gone through the effort of giving a proper title and a proper description about this video. Not only that, but they have also included a link where you can find more information about this particular project. And this, again, I have to stress, is true for all of the repository tools. Do take the effort of putting in proper title, proper description, and somewhere a link where people can find more information. In the end, if you look at it from a communications perspective, we couldn't really care if a video was viewed 100 times, 200 times, or 10,000 times. But what we do care is that people find the video but also find all of the rest of the information that we publish around that particular topic. And we'll come back to that again at the end of this session when we talk about social media strategy, where we try to find as many hooks as possible in hooking up the public and bringing it to our content. And then each of those entry points somewhere should lead to other content. I find it a waste of effort and a waste of time and a waste of money and resources to edit a video and to publish a video if when finally the people view the video, they don't have any clues where to find more information about the topic of this video. So keep this in mind. And CFAR, again, is a very good example of how they do it nicely in hooking people with their videos, but at the same time, at the description, you can find more information. So this is YouTube. As I said, YouTube has an example, has a challenge that their quality is not very good. It is very fast, easy searchable, again, because it's owned by Google. But once you upload the video, the quality is not really very good. That's why a lot of people also start publishing their videos on Vimeo, a different tool, far less popular than YouTube. Certainly not as popular as YouTube in the searches, but it has much better quality. So more and more organizations nowadays actually publish the videos on two platforms. They put one version on YouTube and one version on Vimeo. They put it on Vimeo if they want their high quality video to be reused by other parties. And for those who know Vimeo will agree with me that there the quality comes almost to the level of the quality I can find on commercial outlets like CNN or Al Jazeera. When we're talking about videos, these are all repositories. However, just like Instagram was for pictures, we have something similar also for videos, is how videos can be used as a networking tool. Vine is one of the tools we can use as a typical example. Vine is a tool by Twitter and allows people to publish 6-second videos only. So there is not a lot of content that we can bring in 6 seconds. It's linked with your Twitter account. A good example of how Vine is used in the nonprofit world is from Oxfam. They recently had a series where they introduced volunteers because they had a project to highlight the importance of volunteers with Oxfam. So in 6 seconds, they introduced a volunteer, which is a nice way of using Vine. And of course, again, they use a little bit of explanation on the video, but even more importantly, the link where to find more information about this particular project. Vine. Instagram now also allows us to publish videos since a little while. So Instagram, just like Instagram was a networking tool with pictures, you can also use now Instagram videos as a way to network. So these are not repositories for videos. Very good. Tanya, at the end of the bucket, let me see if there is any questions so far. I'm stopping sharing.
No questions. Just Savitri shared a link of the agtube.org
Yeah.
To check
Which
it out.
is, yeah, very good.
Yeah. No more
Very
questions.
good. I'll integrate that link also. Thanks, Savitri. I'll integrate that link also in the email I'll send at the end of our webinar. Very good. Let's continue, Tanya, back to you for the presentation. Let's continue with another repository bucket. It would be the repository of podcast. As we said in the first session, there is hardly anything that exists digitally that you cannot publish on social media, and audio is one of those. In generally called under the family name of podcasts. Started with the Apple Podcast on iTunes, of course, is a repository of audio files. Now, next, Tanya, how we use that depends organization per organization. We can use it to broadcast content, just like we were a radio station. And I'll show you some examples how this is used by one of our research programs. We could also use it in a way to collect audio files. And I'll show you an example of how one organization is using it to collect all of the radio interviews their staff has done over the years. I'll go straight into the demonstration part. I'll show my screen again, Tanya. And with that, you will also see the different tools that I have collected. Of course, you can store your podcast, your audio recordings for download in iTunes, the original podcasting tool. Slightly a little bit more complex on the publishing part. This is the example of the iTunes podcast account by Worldfish, which has a collection of talks by their Director General, by Stephen Hall, which is one way to distribute it. They've done it on iTunes because, of course, there it is integrated into the Apple family of tools, and they found a particular use to plug into that audience. But it doesn't have to be, and that is slightly more complex to publish. But there are some simpler tools to use to broadcast audio files. SoundCloud is becoming more and more popular. This is a SoundCloud account for CFAR, the International Forestry Research Center, who uses this to broadcast programs that they have made tailored for the let's say the audio public or for interviews. SoundCloud has become now almost a by default standard in the podcasting world. Before we had Podomatic, another audio publishing tool, another podcasting tool. As you see here, CPWF, one of the former research programs from CGIAR, use it as a combination of interviews with their scientists as well as audio interviews that they have. Here you see an interview from one of their staff with the BBC Africa. Another example is from the Generation Challenge program, who actually went through the effort of hiring a radio journalist to make audio programs, almost like radio programs, on very specific topics. And they publish it almost like they would publish a blog, but purely in audio format. As I mentioned in the first session, I will forward you all of the links to these examples and have a look at this particular example, because this is really high quality audio products. These are really at the quality of a radio program. But you don't have, they found their audience was interested in this, it doesn't mean that you have to go into this type of professional podcasting quality if you want to use podcasting for your outreach. But we'll come back to that once we discuss a little bit about the where your target public is and what are the tools that you can reach your target public. Tanya, we go back again. Let me see first if there's any questions that came in the meantime. I didn't see any. We go back again to the slides. All right. Now, something which is very popular, of course, in our family of the business in the scientific area. I think if you look at the output that people generate, I think slides is probably head and shoulders above all the rest of things that people generate, except emails, probably. There are social media tools that we can use to publish slides. Of course, the most popular one is SlideShare. And I'll give you some examples. SlideShare allows you to publish the PowerPoint presentations by themselves, but also allows you to upload PDF files. The moment that that the market was ready for social media tools to publish anything beyond slides, a number of other tools came on the market to publish papers or PDFs or docs. AutoStream is one of them. Actually, AutoStream has more or less the same functionality as SlideShare, but also allows you to add audio synced to the presentation. So you could have a presentation play, and you hear the presenter talk about the slide. So it's almost like you're sitting live in a room. AutoStream has that functionality, SlideShare does not. There are some other tools specifically used as publishing platforms for papers, and I'll give you some examples. I'll take over the screen again. All right. This is the SlideShare account from ILRI, the International Livestock Research Institute, who actually has quite a bit of followers on their account, and they have over 500 presentations online. To me, it has been a surprise over the years to learn how popular slides are with the online public. We have done an experiment in the past where we had a conference, an international conference, about 2-3 years ago. And they had a group of people working for 2 years on input papers on the conference. And they had stored all of those input papers before the conference online for months before the conference in their database. So it was accessible through their web site. And what we saw is that in the months before the conference, those papers, there were over 100 papers, were only read or downloaded 150 times. So we thought, this was really a bit of waste of time and effort to work for 2 years with a team of people on input papers if they're only read 100 times. And we found that actually it looks like the search engines had difficulties finding that content. So in about half a day, we took the same input papers and published them on SlideShare. And lo and behold, in a week's time, the same papers were downloaded over 1,000 times. We had the same now in a conference that we had, a smaller conference, an event that we had in Bangkok, where we collected during the event itself all of the presentations from all of the sessions and published them during the conference itself. Within 1 month around the conference, we could see that there were about 100 presentations. Those 100 presentations were viewed over 4,000 times. And to me, the takeaway message from that is twofold. From us as publishers, I would really encourage you as communications people, but also as scientists, to go through the effort of putting your slides online. Not only because, as the rest of the stuff, it is really material that belongs in the public domain, because it was paid by public money, but also in generally because there are a lot of people interested in slides and information on slides. On the other hand, I would not only store the stuff on your website, but use a public tool like SlideShare, simply because the searchability is completely different. I can make a bet with you. You store the same information on your website in your database, and you store it on SlideShare. The amount of views and downloads on SlideShare will be 1,000-fold. So here is Ilri. As you see, this is a slide, as you've seen so many. One little note is, unfortunately, it is the worst presentations who make the best SlideShare slides. For me, in a good presentation, you shouldn't have a lot of words and a lot of information on the slide itself. It's rather the stuff you say which is more important. But of course, if, for instance, I would put my presentation I use here in this webinar on SlideShare, by itself, it has almost no value because there's almost no information in it. Most of the information is on the stuff that I say. But unfortunately, in SlideShare, if you look at many of these presentations, it is often the one with the most information that are the ones which are viewed most. But anyway, that's in between brackets. It doesn't have to be SlideShare. I mentioned AuthorStream, more or less the same functionality as SlideShare, but here they allow you to link audio with your slides. So you can actually run a presentation with the presenter talking, running through the slides as if you were in the same room. If we go beyond slides and PDFs, more a pure PDF rather than slide publishing tool, then we go in the area of tools like Issue. This is the issue or Issue tool from ICRISAT in India, where they upload most of their newsletters. But it doesn't have to be a newsletter. We have other organizations who use it to upload their publications. Then I'm thinking of tools such as Scribd or tools such as Academia, which is a tool specifically made to share papers and to monitor downloads, amount of downloads of your papers. You'll get all of those links in the reference document I will send after this webinar. So this is the slides and paper publishing tools. Let me have a look if there's any questions that came in. Tanya? Nothing came in. I encourage you to, while I'm speaking, yeah, go ahead, Tanya.
No questions, Peter.
Okay, I see. I have one question, but it's not related to the slides which came in by email. All right, next slide, Tanya. Now we start going a little bit into the edge of social media, tools which are lesser known. One bucket of tools is social bookmarking, which is the online publishing of bookmarks. That was a very short slide. I'm picking up the screen again from my end, Tanya. What are bookmarks? Bookmarks are in our browser where we store links of interest. So you all know in your browser, your repository of your bookmarks. Now, social bookmarking is a family of tools that allows you to publish the links that you save. And this started with very simple tools such as Delicious. This is an example of the Delicious account from the CGIAR consortium office. How do they use this? Here, they store links to press coverage that they have about the CGIAR consortium office. So all of these are nothing else but an assembly of links to other content. Nothing more, nothing less. How they use it over here is as a collection of press clips. Other possible applications for us in our environment would be, for instance, if me as a scientist, I would like to share with other fellow scientists, for instance, my reference documents. Or even if it was for me personally, I would like to share links to my research. Or if I work in a group and we want to make a repository of all of the documents that the team has to read or has worked on and has published online. But in the end, the functionality all remains the same. It's a collection of links of content which is published elsewhere. If we go back again to the use here of a collection of press clips, in the end, this is pretty dull. It is very textual. The only pictures that you see in here are basically publicity. Now, a couple of years ago, some tools came on the market that convert those links into something which was visually more appreciative. Scoopit is one of those tools. This, as you see, looks completely different. However, the way that we use it and the effort that we put into publishing this is exactly the same. This is the Scoopit account from one of our research programs, CCAPS again. And it is again the collection of all of their press coverage. Once somebody somewhere online publishes something about CCAPS, they collect those links and they put it online. They only put in the link. The tool itself picks up the thumbnail and the summary. So in the end, it becomes almost like an online magazine, particularly for the communicators amongst us, an interesting tool, because long gone are the times where we as communicators back in the 70s and the 80s, we had our scrapbook where we cut out paper articles, coverage in the media from our center or institute. As everything happens online now, this becomes almost like our digital scrapbook. Here for press coverage. Another example would be another tool, Pinterest. Pinterest is again a social bookmarking tool. It is nothing else but a collection of links that exist somewhere online. This is the one from one of the CGIAR research programs. And they collected different Pinterest folders, assemblies of links. For instance, this one is on gender equality. So again, the functionality, exactly the same as with Delicious. It is an assembly or collection of bookmarks, links to other content. But here the presentation is different. It's even nicer than Scoopit, with little effort from us. We don't have to actually put the picture in it and put the summary in it. It is something that the tool does by itself. Again, social bookmarking. But there are other social bookmarking tools and types of tools that came on the market. For instance, one of those tools is Storify. Storify is a tool that allows us to collect bookmarks, content published somewhere else, but mash it up. And mash it up here in a type of story. We've used this regularly in events when we want to summarize what happened in a day at a conference. So we can make a mashup of video and tweets and links to blog posts and PDFs and SlideShare slides that we have uploaded. So it becomes almost a story, a summary of a day at a particular event. Again, these tools are very simple. to use, although visually it looks very intriguing and indeed can read almost like a story with pictures in there and summaries. As a user, I don't have to do anything. The only thing I have to do is put in the link, and the tool itself extracts the summary, the pictures, and the thumbnails and the publisher. Specifically for events, some tools go a little bit further, and they become a real mashup of events. So what they do, and this is a typical example of a tool, this is a tool called Eventifier. This is a tool that looks on specific Twitter accounts that you define, and then collects all of the links that are published in the Twitter account or with a particular Twitter hashtag, and then assembles them in different families. So they would assemble all of the photos which have been published with that particular hashtag. This is the hashtag here that we collected was GLF COP19, one of the events we did 2 years ago. They would collect all of the video links that were tweeted with that particular hashtag. And all of the video links. They collect all of the tweets. So this becomes almost like an online magazine, an online summary, almost like an online proceeding from an event with everything that existed online or was tagged with that particular hashtag. And this can become quite elaborate. This was one that we actually did quite a bit of effort on with the developer of this tool. As you see here, 1,000. The content that we have in here was collected from 1,790 different contributors. So we had a total of 126 blogs, over 13,000 tweets, and 26 videos, and 362 photos which were collected. So it becomes almost like the online proceedings of an event. This is social bookmarking, but all of those tools with those different use have the same thing in common. It is nothing else but a collection of online links, of URLs. Nothing more, nothing less. Let me see if questions came in. Tanya, I'll stop sharing.
We have a few questions.
Go ahead.
Well, the first one was from Savitri. Before you talked about Pinterest, so she said, is Pinterest an important tool?
Yeah, well, of course, it depends what you want to do with social media to define whether any of these tools are important tools or not. For me, tools like Scoopit and Pinterest are interesting tools because with very little effort, you can actually make a visually appreciative product. And with tools like Scoopit and Pinterest, you can actually embed your collection of tools, your online magazine that you have created. You can embed it into your blog, for instance. Susan has done this for Ilri as an example. So I wouldn't say it is an important tool as such in a social media strategy, but it's an easy tool and it's a visually very appreciative tool.
We have another question from Ana Luisa. She says, in my blog, can I upload my publications as all have the publisher copyrights? For example, Springer. Do I need authorization, their authorization to do it?
Oh, well, of course, if you publish your articles into a journal, you would have to respect the copyright and it's not only the copyright, but also the agreement that you have with that publisher. An example, so by default, dependent on the copyright of that publisher. I don't know by default the copyrights of Springer, but if Springer allows you to republish fully, I know that some publishers allow you to publish the abstract or the summary of a journal publication, but not the publication as such. Now, of course, more and more as there seems to be a trend to move away from journals where you can only access information through high-paid subscriptions to go more into public domain. We see more repositories coming online that would come into the market of scientific journals, but are working purely on a public domain, on public access tools. And I think probably in the next coming years, the privileged and monopolized market of scientific journals will gradually disperse, or at least become smaller. Now, there is one interesting question that often pops up, is that some journals do not allow you to publish anything about the research for an article you will publish in their journal. And I'm not sure, but I think Elsevier has a formula like that. And then scientists often come into a dilemma. We, as communicators, we encourage scientists to write blogs about the research and the process long before they have come to the conclusion, leave alone the scientific article or the journal article that they want to publish. So be a little bit careful if you know that you have a certain research that you want to have published on Elsevier, what you can and cannot publish as a subset before the article is published on the journal itself. With the proliferation of blogs and the use of blogs in the scientific environment, the publishers have started to relax that rule. Previously, of course, it was used before social media. It was used so that you would not double dip and publish little bits of your research left, right, and center at the same time. But now, of course, with blogs, if you write about your project and you write about a field visit, which is related to a certain project, that doesn't take away the right, for instance, for you to also publish the journal article on Elsevier. But it's something you need to preempt as how far you can go. These were the questions. You see, I didn't get anything in via email. Very good.
Yes, no more
Next one. Okay, very good. Thanks. We go to the next one. And now we really go into the edge of social media. We just follow on my other document. File sharing. Originally started as some tools that would help us circumvent the limitation that our email systems have in terms of the size of files we attach. I think we all know some years ago some of the tools such as Hightail or WeTransfer, tools that allow you to, instead of attaching a mega file to an email, to attach it and to attach it to an email, rather upload it and share the link where people can download the data. Very often used in our environment when people have massive big files such as data sets or mapping information. So it was, in principle, it was and still is a way to circumvent email attachment limitations. Now it has moved, file sharing has moved into the market of collaborative file sharing. And this is where we start going into the third family of social media tools, the productivity tools. So these tools, which originally were just a temporary upload, temporary download, temporary storage space, have evolved into collaborative spaces. And specifically, I'm thinking of tools such as Dropbox or Box, but also tools from mega suppliers such as Google. You have Google Drive, or tools from Microsoft, cloud tools from Microsoft, the SkyDrive tool from Microsoft. And now you're going to tell me, okay, but Peter, what does this have to do with social media? Well, some of these tools actually have become tools where you can publish massive amounts of information allowing people either to download or to reshare or to comment. Some of these tools have become very sophisticated, where you can define a working group, and people get automatic notification when files have been added or files have been changed. So it becomes a social publishing or a social collaboration tool. If we look at some of those, I'll pick up the screen again, Daniel. The tools WeTransfer, lesser used now. It's more the temporary space, but then more permanent space tools such as Dropbox, now used quite a bit. One interesting piece that you might pay attention to is some of these tools have a very strange either copyright or data ownership formula. And there's been some controversy in the past years with all of the Google tools. Here in our context, file sharing through Google, that the moment you upload data onto Google, that Google has certain rights to use your data. So be a little bit careful when you choose the tools, and make sure that you go through either copyright or data usage, which, by the way, is true also with some of the other social media tools, where we use public tools to publish something. A typical example would be Facebook. There's been some controversy in the past year on Facebook, where when you sign up to Facebook, Facebook withholds the right to use any picture that you upload onto your Facebook account, also for their own purposes, including commercial purposes. So specifically here, if you want to use those file sharing tools as a permanent storage facility, online storage facility, go through the data ownership and the data copyright notices before you actually use them. And if we go through, functionality of file sharing, now really going into the productivity tools, and we go back again to the slides, Tanya. I'll stop my sharing. Where we go into the family of where we use social media as a productivity tool, then we immediately think of collaborative sites, more commonly known under the family name of wikis. Why do we use collaborative sites? It's typically when a geographically dispersed team works together on a certain project, and the end result, one of the end products of this project, is to publish something online. Next one, Tanya. So we very often in our area, we use this to work collaboratively with a number of people not sitting in the same office on, for instance, producing manuals. We've created a certain tool with several people spread over the world, different offices. We want to create a manual. So everybody of the authors of the product write their part of the manual. But we also do it to document a certain process or to document a certain event. We very often use it to prepare conferences online. Very often, conferences and events is a product of a very large team, going from the communications team to the content team to the logistics team. So very often we need something as an internal working document that is an online reflection of all of our work, of all of the related documents, reference documents for us, for our project team, working on the conference. And I'll give you some examples of how this has been used in the past in our environment. I'll pick up the screen again, Tanya. Voila. This is a wiki. And again, wikis, although it is a family name, there are several wiki tools available that allow you to create your own wiki page. It's almost your own mini website, working website. Wiki Spaces as what is used in this tool, for instance, is one example. Like many of the social media tools, very easy to use, comes for free. Here it is used to prepare, in this example, to prepare an event, a workshop for communications and knowledge managers within our CGIAR research programs. And actually, we've used it for a number of years now. So they have 3 years of data already on everything that they have collected in the preparation of the event, as well as the reporting from the event itself. So it becomes an online repository. It is not a website, although it is an online publishing tool. It is already a website because a website very often comes into the area of advocacy and publicity. This is more a working tool, where one of the outputs is actually a website-like tool. But the tools are very simple, not as sophisticated as the website. The navigation is very often one level deep, very simple, very simple formatting. So this is a working environment. Another example, actually using the same tool, Wikispaces, is a social media guide for Africa. Is about using, it's a repository of information of social media tools and knowledge management tools in the African space. But we've also used it as a more permanent repository, like the knowledge management for development wiki, which is a large set of data for knowledge management people. Or this is an example how we have used it to prepare the online media outreach for a conference. So this is a wiki, a collaborative, actually use a tool, a different tool than the others. This is not a Wikispace tool. This is done on Google Sites, one of the Google tools, where we define the goals and the tools and the structure, the division of labor, all within an online social media project of a conference. So these are all collaborative sites. Again, how we can use it in our environment, very often used within a team of scientists to work on the same output product, or to document a process, document an event, or to prepare an event or a workshop. Okay, I'll stop sharing. Let's see if there's any questions that came in, Tanya.
We have some questions. It says from Catherine Clifton, says, can you give us some examples of the collaborative tools that are the easiest to use for all users?
Mm-hmm. Well, in terms of file sharing, in the file sharing environment, most often used in our area would be Google and would be Dropbox. Specifically in the CGIAR environment, because of CG Exchange, and maybe you can say a couple of words about this, Tanya. In CG Exchange, which is a Google app application within the CGIAR environment, we have the functionality of sharing files, but not only sharing files, also working on the same documents collaboratively and interactively. If it would be where the output product is something online, then I would say I use Google Sites very often because it's very easy to use, very simple. Also in our environment, Wikispaces. Maybe Tanya, you can give some more explanation about CG Exchange, which is running on Google.
Yeah, indeed, Catherine. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the CG Exchange, but all CGIAR staff have access to all the Google Apps, and under the Google Apps, you have the Google Sites, which is okay. You are a user of CG Exchange, great. So pretty much setting up, a Google site or setting up a Google Drive space where you can share documents with users is pretty much simple. I guess it all depends. Google, CG Exchange is a suite of collaboration tools. So you have Google Hangouts where you can do real-time collaboration. You have documents with the Google Drive. You have the site. So it all very much depends on what exactly you want to do with your group. So if you have any particular questions on that, I would be happy to help you with that. I provide support to CGIAR centers on CG Exchange. So just let me know offline.
Yeah. I see that Catherine gave some follow-up remarks that on the versioning and the track changes. Tanya, you want to say anything on this?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the downside of using the Google Docs is it doesn't precisely have track changes as such, so you cannot like accept or reject the comments. Although it has tried to improve in that sense, it's not exactly Word. I don't know. Right now, the CGIAR is also embarking into the OneDrive with Office 365. The collaboration in Word with Office 365 is much easier if you really want to have the same sensation as you do in Word. I'm not sure how far your center is with that implementation. I can find out more, but that might be an alternative for you as well. So I'll find out more about that, and we can take it offline as well.
Yeah, maybe we can also share some of that with the group here, Tanya.
Yeah, for sure. Of course.
Yeah. So for CG Exchange, which is really a Google Apps, a combination of Google Docs, Google Sites, Google Groups, Google Drive, all of it for CGR, we combine this into CG Exchange, for which Tanya is the queen of CG Exchange with support. Maybe I'm thinking, Tanya, we can also give some links if people are interested in finding out more. I know that you have quite a repository on the Kit Starters Guide, etc., etc.
Absolutely. You can all check already the www.cgexchange.org website, which is actually a Google site. And there we have a number of tutorials and links to teach our users how to access. And of course, anyone with a Google account, even if you are not CGIAR, these tutorials can help you if you have a Gmail account for you to get started with collaborating with Google tools.
Yep.
Some other questions here?
Yeah, I saw one from Anne in between Catherine's questions, is to give some examples of tools that we can use to listen with. This means to get a list of mentions from other websites. I will give these. I will include this into listen tools. I will include these and into the wrap up for today because there's visually not much that you can see. I can tell you that the Google search allows you to do a search where you are where your website is mentioned. So where a link, it allows you to search for websites where there is a link to your website or to your whatever Facebook account or Twitter account, etc., etc. So that is with a public Google search. Webmasters, people who manage websites or blogs, and it's limited those two, have access to Google Webmaster which is a tool by Google that allows you also to do a search on online mentions. This is more on websites and blogs. Now, for other tools such as Twitter and Facebook, there we have different tools. Specifically, if we go more into the use of Twitter hashtags, etc., etc. So I will give a summary of those listen tools in the wrap up of today. But it's an interesting question because it starts going into what metrics do you use to see if your online media campaign or your social media strategy actually is fruitful. So one of the metrics that people often use is how often is our website mentioned? How often is our blogs mentioned? So that's a really intriguing question. I had Tanya, go ahead.
Yeah, we have one from Crazy. He says, what would be the best video sharing tool or to use during conferences that guarantees views quickly?
Well, the best video sharing tool in terms of searchability would by far be YouTube. So remember, there were two video publishing tools often used for full-length videos, Vimeo and YouTube. YouTube excels in its searchability for the simple reason it is owned by Google. So this is to store fixed made videos. Of course, we can talk about real-time video webcasting, and this will be our next topic. But by far, I would, if I were an organization and if I have videos to publish, I would by default put it on YouTube. Only if I have very high quality video material, I would also publish the same one on Vimeo. And if I have, let's say, other outlets, I would have a journalist coming in and asking me for a high quality video, then I would point him to the Vimeo repository rather than the YouTube repository. It happens more and more now. I mentioned before that in the online media, the use of video and the use of interactive video-based tools is becoming more and more important. So this means that when we work with, let's say, the top-tier media, the Al Jazeeras, the BBCs, the CNNs of the world, very often when we come in the news, they would ask not only for picture material, but also video material. And Vimeo allows you to publish something of good enough quality to be used by TV rather than YouTube. Now, there is a difference between that and to be able to guarantee views quickly. There is no guarantee of getting quick views. It is not because you publish something on YouTube that it will be viewed by thousands of people. We'll discuss this a little bit in the social media strategy. It might be you have a beautiful video. You spend 2 weeks in making it, hired a professional camera crew, a professional editor. It's really a thing of beauty. Spend a lot of time and money on it. You put it up on YouTube. If it just sits there, you will not get thousands and thousands of viewers. So it becomes critical how you use your other social media tools to guide people to that video, for instance, via Facebook, via Twitter, etc., etc. We'll talk about this in a little bit. But because you specifically in your question ask during conferences, this brings us into the next topic, which is webcasting. Tanya, all yours again. Stop sharing. I'll share. Webcasting been around since a couple of years. I think the first webcasting we did in CGIAR was probably around, I would say 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Webcasting is the live broadcasting of video on the web. And it's typically used at events, of course. It is rare now that in our area, but beyond our area, somebody organizes an event and it's not webcast. Why do people do that? Well, it is in principle a reasonably easy way to increase your attendance. We've seen in past conferences that very often we have 2 to 3 times more people watching the webcast than we have people in the room. And this is even true for larger conferences with 1,000 or 2,000 participants. Now, this functionality can go from very simple tools to very sophisticated tools. In principle, using my mobile phone, I can start a webcasting right now. I can go outside and start interviewing people, and it would go live on tools like Livestream or Ustream. Even Twitter now has a live webcasting tool called Periscope that allows you to broadcast live. You will see this being used more and more during protests and demonstrations and live reporting. But we can also use it, for instance, in workshops. Now, of course, the quality of that is rather mediocre. If you have to rely on how your mobile phone captures audio and video, then we still have low quality, which is good for a 5-minute broadcast, but this is not good enough to hold the attention of an online public to watch the proceedings of a conference for hours in a go. So for that, you need a little bit more sophisticated stuff. The basic tools are still the same. In the CGIAR environment, we very often use either Livestream or Ustream to products, but it's no longer recorded by a webcam or recorded by something of the quality of a mobile phone, but actually they have cameramen in the room, or they have remotely controlled cameras, and they take the audio from the microphones of the presenters. Some of our centers, and I'm thinking, for instance, CFOR, have taken this a step up, where during an event, they broadcast not only the sessions that they have, but also in between the dead time, the coffee breaks and the lunches, and in the evenings, they broadcast other videos they have pre-prepared. And some of these tools go quite sophisticated, where you can broadcast not only the speaker and the video of the speaker mixed with different cameras, but also you can bring in the slide. You can show videos online with the voice of the speaker on top of it. So it almost becomes a TV production. It has been my prediction since about 2 years that live online events will become more and more important. And actually, we did a webcast. I'll give you the link to the webcast for live events. We did a webcast on this a couple of months ago on the tools that are available now and the different experiments that people have done to do the live webcasting from events. I'll pick up the screen again. I'll give a couple of examples. This is typically how nowadays we do a webcast from an event. This is one that we did the screen for a webcast page for FAO. We did a couple of months ago. So you have where you see the TV bars, but where you have the live video. Below you have the program. Actually, we did it more sophisticated because we had live webcasting from 7 different rooms simultaneously, each of them in 3 languages. So we would take the audio from the interpreters in the room and feed them into the webcast. So we had 3 times 7 is 21 different webcast channels. But broadcasting this is one thing. Where it is still slightly unexplored, and where to me the big potential is if you can actually involve your online public into what is happening in the room, not only by watching. If you ever go through the efforts of organizing a conference, organizing an event, I hope you will not do the mistake of only involving the people that can afford a ticket to come to your event. The additional cost of involving an online public and actually broadening your public through the online tools is a fraction of a cost of organizing a conference. And very often, for that, to involve the online public in asking questions, we use tools like Twitter. Here on this page, on the right-hand side, you see a Twitter widget, which is, and remember, yes, on Tuesday, we covered that Twitter is one of the only tools which is real-time and displays real-time information. So this means that you can have panel discussions in a room and have people ask questions or interact with the panel live in real time. So often in conferences, we have the webcast to broadcast what is happening so people can hear and see just as if they were sitting in the room. And then we use a chat system like Twitter for people in the online public to ask questions towards the panel and to get involved. I am yet to see an event where this is really used to its fullest, at least in our environment. But it is possible, and the market will go with the pressure on funding, lower budgets available for conferences and congresses, rightfully in my mind. Also with the push for a lower carbon footprint, etc., that we will go to a point where at least half of the events that we do are purely online, where it's almost like an online production, but with full interaction of the online public with the different panels. And it's really my dream within, let's say, the CGIAR or the scientific context to do a massive, big conference, but only online. There is no venue, neither the overhead of all of the logistics to organize the venue and the lunches and the travel, etc., etc. That would be one of my dreams. If you look at past recordings, and I'll send you these links. These are past recordings from webcasts from CCAFs, ICRAF. This is the ICRAF page on the C4 YouTube channel. You can find a lot of the recordings from their webcasting. Really intriguing market for the future. Let me see where we are, Tanya. Okay, we go back again to the presentation. Oh, we have questions coming in.
Questions?
Yep.
So we have some questions from the previous topic on is there any tool that can be used to upload to both YouTube and Vimeo at once from Quasi?
I'm not aware of, I'll write it down. I'm not aware of a tool that uploads to those two tools at the same time. No. No, I'll make a note of it. I'll have a look. I would be surprised if they were. Now again, of course, for these tools, the act of uploading has become so simple that it's just a drag and drop. You know, when I work on productions, I often have several windows open at the same time, and actually I upload a dozen videos simultaneously. But it begs another question, which was a question that Ikram has mentioned in the first session, is what are the tools to automate the publication of on social media outlets? And it's not only automating the publication on some outlets, but also eventually republishing information which was published on one tool to republish it on another tool. And this, to me, for people who work professionally on social media, really makes a difference between the chickens and the eagles. It is the difference would be those who know what tools to use to optimize the time for people working on social media. So nowadays it is, and I sent you the link in the wrap up of the first session, one of the tools that we use to propagate what is published on our website, published on our blog, to publish automatically onto our Twitter and Facebook and LinkedIn channels, a tool that we often use called Deliver It. But there are also other tools that allow you to pick up content from somewhere and publish it somewhere else. And I'll send a summary of those tools also in the wrap up. There's a tool called If Then Else, but also very often within the tools themselves, they allow you to pick up content from somewhere else. For instance, on Facebook, there are tools in Facebook within the Facebook engine itself that allow you to listen to a certain Twitter channel, and when something is being tweeted, to automatically republish this onto Facebook. But I'll send you a summary of some of those republication tools in the wrap up. Tanya?
We have another question from Shami. Are we going to have anything on digital strategy?
Yes, coming up, we're coming close to that apotheose immediately.
And the last one, it says, what tool did you use for the FAO webcast?
For FAO, we used Livestream. You'll get the list of all of those tools also in the wrap-up document. Livestream, there's a tool which is almost equally good called Ustream. But Livestream is more deeper in terms of the analytics. So because we spent quite a bit of time and effort and blood and sweat and tears in managing those 21 broadcast channels that we had for the FAO conference, for us it was important to monitor how many viewers that we had and from which regions. So Livestream has very deep analytics tools. It is not the tool itself that costs a lot. What costs more is if you want to webcast with a professional quality, for instance, in a live event, then it is more the equipment and the staffing of that equipment that you have, that you need in the room to make a high quality video recording, a high quality audio recording, and to do the live mixing. For some of us that were involved in some of the GFAR events, for instance, it's almost like they have a digital production team. It becomes almost as sophisticated as you would have a TV production team at the event itself. And that's very often where the resources go. So not in the cost of the webcast tool itself, but more in the equipment and the staff to capture the information before the audio and the video, before you broadcast it. Okay. We go back again. We have very short slides for you today, Tanya.
Indeed.
This would be bad slides to put up on SlideShare because it's like 4 words on it. So the next slide is, okay, what have we left? We've gone through a whole plethora of tools. Are these the only social media tools? Well, I would say we've gone through the main families. And then, of course, there are tools that are either on the border of social media, or I wouldn't really see social media tools really to be used in the professional environment. The old website I'll come to in just a moment, Tanya. So the other bucket, survey tools, Poll Daddy, SurveyMonkey, TweetPoll, and there's probably dozens and dozens of survey tools. Some of them have moved into the social media area where it's easy to share surveys. It's easy to republish surveys and embed them into the websites, etc. To me, on the border of social media, we have all of the tools around infographics and presentation tools. Very intriguing market. I think something that the online market, the online communications market, will move into more and more. The area of infographics and interactive multimedia tools. There we go into the tools like Visually or Prezi. Prezi, a tool which converts your boring PowerPoint presentation into something which is moving all over the screen. I'll send you the links. Then, of course, we have some random tools. For instance, I use a social media tool called Waze whenever I go into Rome to monitor traffic. And when I'm in a traffic jam, I can actually log that I'm in a traffic jam, and it starts tracking the speed of my movement. We have tools like Yelp or TripAdvisor that where it's almost crowdsourced comments and ratings of restaurants and hotels. All of that has moved into the social media area. And then we have the whole market of music. I don't know who of you is using Spotify or Ping or 8-Tracks. These are tools that allow you to make playlists of music and share them with your friends. Even for some of them, embed them into your website. Now, these I do not have many of those that have an application into our professional environment, which was the purpose of our webinar. Now comes again the multi-million-dollar question. Go to the next slide, Tanya. Is the old website? Is there still a use for the old website? Now, first, let's define again what is the old website. Now, with blogs and all the rest becoming so close, it all becomes online media tools. That's very often when I would give training, I would rather call the training an online media training rather than a social media training, because we're no longer where we were 10 years ago or 5 years ago, where in functionality, in tools, in target audience, in value that people see in the tools, there was a real big difference between the official publishing tools, the newspaper articles, and our website, of course, and then all of the other toys. Social media has no longer become toys, and they have merged in functionality and importance and outreach with the older website. So these all now become online media tools. That's why when we talk about strategy, I would rather talk about online media strategy rather than a social media strategy. But coming back again to this question, is it still a use for the old website, the old standard website? The answer is yes. We see a clear trend which started about 2 years ago, where our websites are now used to publish more the static information, the background information, the historical information, and big data sets. The old standard websites running on content management systems like Drupal or Typo3 or Joomla are also used to publish loads of information. I'm talking 10,000, 100,000 different pieces of information, and to give people access to complicated backend tools such as databases. This is not yet where social media has moved in. But this is being merged now with your dynamic and interactive publishing. And that's where social media comes in. That's where the blogs come in as the repository for dynamic information for your interactions with all of the rest. Which of course brings us into, all right, Peter, this is all good and well now. You confuse us with this plethora of dozens and dozens and dozens of tools. Here I am, either responsible for a project or as a communicator. And how do I make strategic use of all of this? And this is the last slide, Tanya. Now, there is not one recipe for an online media strategy. There is not one strategy for a social media, no one recipe for a social media strategy. But because we're all gathered here, many of us come from a scientific environment. At least the first chapter of an online media strategy or a social media strategy should be the answer to one big question. And the big question is, point A, who is my target audience? Point B, what do I want to present to that target audience? And then comes the third point is, what tools do I use to connect my target audience to that target content, to that core content? I'll give you an example. For us, in our scientific and research environment, who would we normally have as our target audiences? Well, of course, we have fellow scientists. We would have donors. We would have, for instance, farmer organizations and extension agents. We would have policymakers. We would have students and youth, often forgotten in our target audiences. We would have other NGOs, not necessarily working in our scientific area, but who are either in the areas working before our research or after our research, working in the implementation. So say that we have those, we keep it to 6: scientists, donors, farmers and farmer organizations, extension agents, policymakers, students, and NGOs. Now, first of all, it is important to realize that social media and online media is not the answer to everything. One of the things I still remember very well from my visits in India, where people said, still, the best way to reach a farmer in India would be to have a roadshow where we give, in the evening, we show movies of new farmers' practices and educational movies. And I remember somebody once said in Sri Lanka, the best way to reach farmers would be through newspaper articles. So social media is not the answer for everything. Certainly, where we are in terms of connectivity and literacy of our target public worldwide, the spread of infrastructure, you cannot reach all of your target audience only with social media. So this is the first thing to remember. Secondly, not all of your online media tools and social media tools are equally important for your different target audiences. Not equally important, and some target audiences might use a particular tool while others might not. And this might even be geographically dispersed. For instance, in my experience, farmers in Eastern Africa are very often on Facebook, and they use Facebook quite a bit. Also, the infrastructure in East Africa, the technical infrastructure, the telecoms infrastructure, the mobile phone infrastructure has gone to a lot of the rural areas. So there, for instance, in trying to reach farmers, Facebook might be an area to work on. Now, this might not be necessarily true in West Africa, and I found that Facebook is used far less in West Africa than in East Africa. This might not be true neither, for instance, in Indonesia, where, for instance, Twitter is used much more. Specifically, if we talk in terms of the students as being one of our target audiences, dependent on your geographic area, students hang out in different social media outlets. Again, for instance, Indonesia, mostly Twitter. East Africa, students would hang out more on Facebook. In Russian-speaking areas, Central Asia, and of course USSR itself, they would use a completely different tool that we haven't even discussed yet, a networking tool that we haven't even discussed yet. And we haven't even talked about China yet, which doesn't really use Facebook and Twitter, but they use tools like Wiko, tools only available in China and for the Chinese public. So that's why it is important to define your target audience, not only functionally, but also geographically. If we go again through this list that we made, scientists, donors, farmers, organizations, policymakers. Policymakers, do we really target policymakers? Do we target the knowledge pool that advises policymakers? Policymakers themselves, let's say ministers, etc., not many of them you can actually find on social media. So when you want to outreach to them, most probably face-to-face, or email would bring you much closer to them and have much more results than trying to reach ministers and policymakers on social media, for instance. NGOs is something different. Donors, would I use social media to reach donors? Well, probably I would use social media to publish my stuff that I can refer to for donors. Some donors I mentioned this before. Gates Foundation often puts as a condition to get funding that you also have a blog to progress on your report. It might not be to reach donors directly, but at least to publish progress on a project funded by a particular donor. So the very first question is define your target audience. Who do you want to reach? Where are they? The second part is what do you want to bring to the target audience? A donor. Do you want a donor to read a journal article? Probably not. Would you want to have a scientist read a journal article? Yes, as a scientist being a core component of your target public. Would you want students to would a journal article or a publication be possible target content for a student? Probably yes. But there, probably what is much more important for students as a possible target content would be either vacancies or PhD opportunities or fellowship opportunities. So what you need to do is make basically a big matrix of, on the left side, your target audience, on the top side, across the top side, your core content, and make a mapping. And a mapping you make with the tools that you have. Of course, this could be social media tools. And in the document I will send you after this conference, I'll show you an example how we did this for one of the CGIAR research programs, where we went and identified the target audiences. We identified where our core content was. We identified how we could use online media to link our target audience to our core content. We also went a step further to identify which content we were missing and who was going to be responsible for that particular content. Now, this is my credo, and this is one of the take-home messages for all of the communicators amongst you. You cannot embark on something as confusing and time-consuming as social media unless if you have a social media or an online media strategy. You need to define what you want to do and how you want to do this, and only then you can measure it. And then specifically on measuring, you need to measure really in terms of your strategy. I could not care, and read my lips, I could not care whether your Twitter account has 10,000 followers. I couldn't care less if your Facebook has 100,000 likes or 12 likes. If you have 100,000 likes, but 90,000 out of them are not your core public. And nowadays, you can actually buy likes on Facebook, you can buy followers on Twitter, you can buy followers on Instagram. So it's not the amount that really matters. What really matters if the people that you have following you, if they are part of your target public. Keep in mind, I'm sitting here in Italy. In Italy, as you probably know, not many people speak Flemish. Flemish is my mother tongue. I can go onto my balcony here on the first floor of my apartment and start with a megaphone and start talking in Flemish through the megaphone about the importance of climate change adaptation for farmers in Punjab. Because I'm speaking out and I'm making noise, probably in a couple of minutes, I will have assembled 100 people in front of my balcony here. So what would be my reach? I would have reached 100 people, but none of them would have understood what I said because I speak a different language. And even less people would have really be interested in what I say. Nobody over here in the neighborhood that I live would be interested in the climate change adaptation for farmers in the Punjab. So in the traditional way that we measure our productivity on media, we could say, okay, Peter, with this megaphone preach in Flemish on climate change adaptation for farmers in Punjab, you have reached 100 people. Terrific effort, and this in 5 minutes. But what is my impact? My impact is zero because these are not people of my target audience. So keep this in mind when you measure your performance. You can never measure performance of an online media strategy or a social media strategy unless if you have defined your process. And then you can start measuring the different bits and pieces. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of chapter 1 of your social media strategy. It would be to use social media to connect target audience to target content. Cool. So for scientists, for instance, and possibly also for extension agents, possibly also for students, I would say my core content are my research publications that I have online and journal articles that I have online. So for me, the most important is the downloads of that research. Research organization, basically what we do for the better of the world is publish research. All right, cool. This is your end station. This is your end goal. You go back again and say, my target audience, what did we say again? Scientists, students, and extension agents. We want them to access our that content, our research. Well, fine. Then your strategy would be to connect your target audience to your core content. How can you do that? As an example, let's start from the bottom up. You have your publication, your research, your data. That's stored on your website, one of the typical roles of your website. Then what you could do is write 1 or 2 blog posts around that research, giving a light-hearted introduction into the topic of that research and link within that blog post to that particular research. And then you use Twitter and Facebook and LinkedIn as teasers to go to the blog post. If you're really fancy, you can make like a 1-minute little video, a teaser video, and you can make a small podcast. And again, on Twitter and Facebook and LinkedIn, you bring people to this podcast and to this little video that then again in the description links to your blog post, then to your research. So that way you almost have a path of seduction. You catch people's attention in a few seconds with volatile tools. I call it vaporware, like Twitter and Facebook and LinkedIn. Bring them to your intermediate content, which would be your blogs, and then from your blogs, link to your core content. So what is your performance of your whole strategy? It would, in the end, be the amount of downloads. And what difference does the rest of the social media tools have in the amount of downloads that you have of a particular publication? You want to go a level deeper into the performance, then you can see how well Twitter and Facebook and LinkedIn is in bringing your audience in reading blog posts. So I would measure not the amount of Twitter followers and Facebook likes, but the amount of times that people clicked and were brought onto your blog from the teasers of Twitter and Facebook and LinkedIn. And then I would look at my blog. I would not get stuck on the amount of page views that I have on my blog and the amount of people that I have subscribed to my RSS feed. It is all fine and well if I want to measure the performance within the blog itself. What is much more important is to measure the role of the blog within my online media strategy, which was to tease people to go and download a publication, for instance. So then I would look on my download tools to see if how many people were brought from that blog post onto our publication. So keep that in mind and don't do it a cheap way. The moment you measure your social media strategy performance, don't get stuck on the very obvious things, on the amount of followers that you have and the amount of likes that you have. I couldn't care less. I could care more about the function it has within the whole strategy. And remember, you can never measure your performance of your online media efforts unless if you have defined what you're going to do, for who you're going to do it, and how you're going to do it. And again, I'll send you some links in there. Tanya, I just fell off my soapbox. I said I just fell off my preaching soapbox.
Indeed. Well, very good. That was our last slide, was it?
That was our last slide. We can stop sharing and put my video up again. Let me see if there are more questions coming in as I wrap up. I'm trying to do stop sharing. Can you stop sharing your screen?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Yeah, so I can put my video back on. I don't know if my video is now on.
Yes.
So you see me with my demons in the background of my head here.
So we have a tip from Susan on making papers behind a paywall open access. She says, although
Okay.
some publishers allow full view of a paper only to those who have subscribed to the particular journal, almost all journals will allow you to upload to the web, to an institutional repository or website, for example, the pre-publication version of your paper, the last version before it is finalized and typeset. This version may be a typo or two, but it belongs to you and you can put it online. So thank you, Susan.
Yeah. And I've seen this popping up a couple of times already. Totally true, and I forgot to mention this. Correct.
And then we have a last question from guest. Says, I've heard about buzzer on Twitter to increase the follower do. Do you think
No, the
it is
followers.
the followers? Okay, the followers. Do you think it is useful?
Dear guest, I do not think this is useful unless if your followers that you buy or increase are part of your target audience. Don't forget that for social media tools, we very often work with mass media tools. There are 2 billion people or something, or 3 billion or something on Facebook. There are a couple of 100 million on Twitter. It's relatively easy to have a large number in terms of your following, unless if this is your target public, it doesn't mean anything. Unfortunately, most of the tools that you have available online, including the Facebook functionality to boost posts and to get more likes on your post, unfortunately, these are very cheap ways, which are based in sweatshops in Egypt, Philippines, and Indonesia. And there is a nice article from a BBC investigative journalist who checked. He made a Facebook page of a fictive product. He asked Facebook to help boosting the page, and he analyzed the followers and the likes that he got via Facebook, who those people were. Strangely enough, most of them ended up in sweatshops in Egypt, in the Philippines, and Indonesia. So not part of his intended target public. It is not that difficult to find your target public on any of these tools. Well, on most of these tools. On LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Twitter, on blogs, and find out where they hang out. It is not that difficult to reach out. So sometimes a one-day effort to try to reach out to those is much more useful than just buying them. So no, I don't think this is useful. I think we came to the end of the questions and of the webinar. Tanya, any closing remarks, Tanya?
Yes. No, thank you very much for everybody. There's a last suggestion from Shumi. It says, is it possible for you to send us a sample digital strategy as for scientific organizations via email?
Oh, Shumi, I'll do even better. I'll give you the showcase that we have for one that we made for a scientific organization. I have it online, so I'll send you the link to it in the wrap-up document. Yep. We came to the end of our path. We spent 4 hours together, 4 hours of all our lives together. Thank you very much for meeting up with us. You will get 2 things from me now. You will get some of the answers to some of your questions that you asked today, with some of the remarks that Susan has given. And you will get a PDF with the links to all of the examples as well as further reading. Beyond that, we still here to help you. If you have any further follow-up questions, feel free to email me. And we're always interested if you have ideas for further webinars. As you remember, word from our sponsor, this webinar was organized by GFAR, the Global Forum for Agricultural Research, and was supported by the CGIAR Consortium Shared Services team, the Tanyas of our group. We're more than interested in seeing if there are topics of common interest that we could organize, that we could use to organize a webinar on. I will also send you the link to a number of online email forums where we typically hang out, and when we have a new webinar coming up, that we broadcast. So thank you again. Thank you everybody for joining us. Thanks for those who did an extra effort like IITA to bring everybody together in one room. Thanks for all of your questions. Looking forward to see you further online and on all of the social media channels. Thank you very much.